Hey, DePlume. Okay. So when I set it up, the StreamYard, even before I start the broadcast, it will show my thing in YouTube. That's cool. That's good to know. How are you doing? DePlume says waiting for Vulcan. How are you getting through all this? Hello, YouTube. Hello, all survivors of cyber torture, of experimentation, and just torture with directed energy weapons and gang stalking. And gang stalking, I have to say, sometimes people will say gang stalking for the whole thing, right? They'll say it for the microwave attacks, for the surveillance, and everything like that. They just call it all gang stalking. And we're going to watch a video where they kind of did that, but I like to differentiate between, torture with directed energy weapons, gang stalking. I see as like, the actual physical getting around you and harassing you and things like that, breaking into your house, leaving toxins in your foods and your drinks and stuff like that. Arachno Nixon says, "Look, I've seen this video and hate how dismissive of it he was." Yeah, he was. I kind of want to. I just want to show the video, and I think this is the deal, guys. And hey, Steven. Steven says, "What up, Kyle?" Nothing much. Actually, doing a little bit better. And thank you, God. Kind of a weird situation. I mentioned it, the infection in my gum and my tooth. I'm taking a lot of vitamin C and zinc, and I think I'm going to see a dentist like right before Christmas. So if I can get that fixed, I think I'll be doing a whole lot better. I'll still be targeted. They'll still be doing the vagus nerve stimulation and stuff like that. But it brought the intensity level down of the pain a lot. And so that's why I say, and this is me, targeted for so long. And the deal is some of that infection may not have like been exacerbated if I wasn't being targeted, but still it's a good thing to know there could be some things going on with us that the targeting creates that we can fix and feel better, and then keep fighting the targeting. So I'm not sure how to feel about it. I guess just a positive. It's a miracle. God works in mysterious ways. I have this infection in my tooth and my gums, which I'm like, I don't know if I'll be able to fix this because it has to do with the targeting. I just got to block the targeting, but then I find out that like I can take antibiotics, go to a dentist, get this stuff fixed, targeting, but it won't be so bad. I think I'm going to just take it as a win and try and be as positive about it as possible. So, so praise Jesus for that. Like praise God for small miracles. And so, yeah, so Arachno Nixon's talking about this video. It's from that chapter. It's the curious case of gang stalking, and we're going to go through it. Hey, Tanya. Hey, Craig. Hey, Matthew. The deal is, guys, and Tanya says, hey, Kyle, great to see you. Hi, everyone. The deal is, guys, sometimes like I'll want to show a video that's saying, oh, this may not be happening, or they're showing it in a certain angle where it's like trying to make us look like, we're just in an echo chamber and this really isn't happening to us or to other targeted individuals. And I have the feeling, we're telling the truth. This is happening. So some target individuals are like, don't even talk about that stuff because it's negative about us. It's trying to show us as mentally ill and stuff like that. Don't talk about that stuff. Just do the concrete evidence, our testimonies, ignore that stuff. And then some targeted individuals, they're like me. We're telling the truth. The truth should not be afraid of what anybody else is saying about this, right? And I kind of want to go through like how the cognitive dissonance is built around this globe of experimentation, intelligence agencies hitting people with remote neural monitoring, remote neural manipulation, torture, and gang stalking. There's this kind of layering divide of how they get people to think about it. I guess I can mention it before we start watching the video, but it seems like, the Cuban embassy stuff comes out where embassy workers are hit by remote microwaves. It's been declared, and then the China consulate, and then the CIA agents, a bunch of them from many different countries being hit by remote microwaves. So people are like, oh, well, something's happening with remote microwaves, right? And then you've got these people like that chapter, and then that psychologist or whatever saying, oh, well, targeting, targeted individuals, they're delusional and they just think this is happening to them. Now they look at it and they just look at the testimonies, right? They just look at what targeted individuals are saying, and then they can kind of dismiss that because they just don't want to believe it. They don't look into any evidence that any targeted individuals are putting out, or like Robert Duncan, Dr. Robert Duncan, Dr. John Hall, or anything like that. So it keeps that layer, it keeps it separated, right? So you got the Cuban embassy stuff coming out, everybody's getting hit with remote microwaves. The Indian Army was hit by remote microwaves from the Chinese military. People are looking at that and going, oh, there's an issue, right? But then they look at us and they say, oh, well, and they make sure not to look at any of the evidence we're putting out. They just want to look at targeted individuals that are like giving testimonies, which isn't bad at all. But that's how they keep it in their mind. They say, oh, well, we can deal with some embassy workers and some agents getting hit because that means that I'm not in immediate danger, right? But if I'm listening to these regular people that hit with microwaves, tortured, gang stalked, and they're innocent, like that may happen to me, right? So we kind of get the psychology of how the intelligence agencies and the top of the pyramid is running this thing. So a global issue where so many people are getting hit with remote microwaves, experimented on, brain mapped, remote neural manipulated, which mind controlled, being mind controlled while being physically tortured with microwaves. They can partition it up in their mind and say, oh, everybody, all these citizens getting hit with microwaves, that doesn't exist because that's just unbelievable, right? That narrative, that real narrative, reality is too unpalatable. So the mainstream creates a narrative. Well, it doesn't create a narrative, but Cuban embassy workers get hit and everything like that. So the narrative becomes, we don't know what this is. Some other countries are using it, and they're hitting intelligence agencies and stuff. And then the public in all these different countries who are not like immediately intensely targeted can go, oh, okay, well, it's happening to agents and embassy workers. Well, that narrative I can handle. But if we take it all as it really is, the public, if they take it all as it really is, no, can't deal with that. That's too evil. And we're just going to go ahead and not believe that. We're going to partition it in our mind. We're going to double think. We're going to believe that embassy workers can be hit with microwaves. They got ring in the ears. Who knows? We know what's going on if they're being remote related. But then leave all the other stuff that's true that encompasses the whole problem, right? And we see how these intelligence agencies work by parceling and partitioning and compartmentalizing people who are actually looking into the information. And subconsciously, they look into the information a certain way. And so they're mind controlled without even being microwaved. It's just their conditioning and what they think is socially acceptable to believe about a topic. And I want to say this, in this time right now, in our world, people need to throw away this thing in their head where they need a palatable narrative. Nothing is palatable. The New World Order is rolling in. They're rolling in to crush everybody. Things are so bizarre that you can't even imagine it. Like, I'm a targeted individual getting V2K that I can hear in my inner ears beamed at my head, pain and everything like that. And I still can't believe some of the stuff, that's coming out. We need to throw all that away, and the public needs to throw it. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. You guys know how bizarre everything is. It just seems like normal people or people who are not intensely targeted as us, they want palatability. They want to keep that narrative that makes them feel safe. They want to keep a narrative where it's like, oh, everything's still kind of normal. These things on the surface are kind of weird, but man, it's not as bad as some of these people say who are being murdered in their homes, right? Everybody get rid of that. Like, not you guys in chat, but if you're a non-target individual coming in here, Get rid of that. The world's so bizarre. It's so sci-fi. These people up at the top of the pyramid and down through the military industrial complexes of every country, they have technology that's like people do think is magic. Even people that are being targeted sometimes are like, this is demons. This is like spiritual energy and demons that are attacking me. So it is. I mean, a lot of people still think it's magic. I just wish the public would kind of like understand, like, we have passed this mark. We like this line. We passed this line where it's like, no, that sounds way too evil, right? And I don't think the system would do that. We passed that. We have passed that. The system will do anything to anyone, and it is just Mordor sweeping the land, and no one's safe. These people microwaving me. I point this way because the B2K sounds like it's coming from this way, but they're probably at a military base, at least in my state. No one's getting out of this unless you're a billionaire. Unless you're a billion, not even, maybe even some billionaires aren't even getting out of this. Unless you're at the top, you're the top 1% at the top of the pyramid in these groups. Even Masons and stuff down at the lower levels, they're gonna eat them. They're gonna eat them after all this is over. Stephen Luther says, yeah, that's weirdo shit. I've been watching Kyle's live streams for a while and never seen a Craig other than when Kyle pinned his comment last time. No, I know Craig. Craig's cool, man. Some people can come in here. I noticed it with somebody else. I think it's just a thing. They can do a setting where they come in chat and I see their comments, but nobody else does, which I don't really like that. I don't like that because I'm usually if I talk to them, nobody else sees them and I kind of look crazy. Right? It's happened a couple of times where I'm like talking to somebody and everybody's like, I don't see them in chat. So there is something I think on like if you come onto my live stream, you can do a setting where only I can see you, but I'm not doing anything. I don't do anything with the chat except mark people as moderators. I don't do anything. I don't even erase people's comments. I have to just rely on my Hey, Jeff. Jeff says, "What's up, brother Wolverine? Are you a moderator, Jeff? Do you want to be one? I don't know if you can if you can come in like I don't know. I'm gonna be trying to do more stuff, but I'm still pretty tired. This whole getting this tooth and gum infection thing. I'm really angry about it. I'm really angry that I missed it. And I do think that it was exacerbated by all the other attackers are doing. But I'm really mad that I didn't just figure it out. Going through so much stuff. There's so much stuff in your head. You gotta, family stuff. Think information you want to get out. And I was just like, just didn't think of that. I'm trying to think of everything else, how to block the targeting. It's like, oh, well, this feels like they're just stimulating over here and it's just messing everything up, which could be the case. The vagus nerve stimulation and then hitting me here could have exacerbated, the root canal infection or whatever. I'm going to go to the dentist. And hey, Samia says, God's blessings, Kyle, praying much for you. And I'm praying a lot for you too, Samia. I'm praying for all you guys. Let's say a prayer at the beginning of this. Hey, Emily says, yes, Kyle, they don't do their research at all. Yeah, they purposefully don't do research. They purposefully don't. They kind of look at the topic. I bet you, I bet you that psychologist guy, and you look up Gangstalking, and he's the first one on the list. You go to YouTube, you look up Gangstalking, and that Dr. Todd Grande is the first one there because he's going along with the narrative. He's saying, yeah, it's just delusion and they're in an echo chamber. He may not even looked at any testimonies. He may have just heard of the topic and looked it up on Wikipedia and then just kind of had something in his head about how the people are who are to him are not experiencing this but are really experiencing this in reality, right? He is a perfect for reality by consensus, right? You get a bunch of people who have be connected to the military industrial complex. Everything is tied to the military industrial complex. Companies, mainstream media, medical, consumer, everything. They're taking over everything with their tentacles, right? And you may have some little independent stuff like it kind of towards the bottom, but the military industrial complex it's a hydra. I mean, hydra is like the perfect thing with their tentacles. So the people at the heads of the medical community, they're not going to tell the truth. I forgot what my main point about that was. Andrew says, I think some people have a bad attitude and intentionally intimidate. So we need a backbone. We need courage. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I mean, there's like fake TIs that will try and trigger and intimidate you. There's real TIs that maybe y'all will both be remote neural manipulated and saying triggering stuff, or just like, kind of be in bad moods and stuff. Yeah, we definitely need strong skin. The balance, that's what you got to be careful with. That's what I'm still working on, is the balance between getting some rhino skin and not becoming a cauterized nerve. Like keeping what you like about yourself, right? Like, I mean, I like it that I'm compassionate and that I care about things. I don't want to lose those good things that God gave me, but I do want rhino skin. So the balance, don't just say like, we need tough skin, we need backbone, and then leave all the diplomacy and compassion, those human things behind. Integrate those things into a balance. Because you don't want to just become like a mean person, and you're like, well, I'm going to stick up for myself, but then you just like you start fighting with everybody and you can't get anything done, right? So we need a balance as human beings. Let's start watching this, guys. Yeah, Craig says the deep state is real. Right on, right on. Hey, Jared, man, I haven't seen you in forever too. How have you been doing, man? Jared says, I can see the energy around Kyle. I really can't see it. I mean, I'm getting hit with directed energy. I've got the beanies on. They'll hit me in the hip because it really, like, if they hit me in a certain place in my hip, it will make my whole leg hurt. Like, it'll make my whole leg sore. It's like this chain reaction if they hit me in a specific pressure point here. And they love to do that during videos because, like, it makes me really uncomfortable. Or hit me in the clavicle. My attackers have become real serial killers during all this, studying anatomy and like what parts you'd need to hit to create a chain reaction of pain. It's really bad. Like, it's really bad. Sometimes it's been going on so long. It's hard to know how to talk about it because there's some new people in my condo. When new people come in, sometimes they will sign up with DHS Fusion Centers and gangstalk me. There's this big guy tonight who was like walking in at the same time I was walking Pepper out. He had a big red shirt on, and he was like just, and like he just looked. You can tell because like if you're walking along, sometimes if somebody comes out, it could be coincidence, right? But you kind of look at him and you kind of nod. You kind of give the head nod like, hey, how you doing? And you'll notice that gang stalkers, they'll either look down or they'll look at you like you did something wrong, and they don't say hey. So I can tell the people in here that do that. And then they do worse stuff to me, but that's a way that you can tell because you're just walking along. You're like, hey, how you doing? And they like look at you like, no, I'm not saying hey to you. I'm gang stalking you. I'm walking past you and doing a job, and you're something in my head that I don't even know what they have in their head about me because I don't know them. So you can kind of tell about these jerks. At least they don't come up and like physically do anything to me, which is good. Andrew says some people, like intelligence agencies, they are a bit dominant or push you a little sometimes, like a soldier that may try and disrespect your boundaries. That's a bad attitude. Yeah, a lot of sociopaths and psychopaths move up in the military industrial complex because they can be really mean to somebody, right? Like they can be like, screw you, get out of, be dominant and pushy and everything, and they don't care about it. They don't think about the person they did that to. A normal human being like me, like if I get into a fight with somebody or whatever, feel bad about it, and that's how a human being should. The world is promoting and rewarding, sociopathic behavior of not giving a damn, right? Of not caring what you do to others. I'm handling people. Makes it simple for that person that's being mean. Like, I don't care about what anybody, and I'll say whatever to anybody. Makes it a little bit complicated to in yourself. You stick up for yourself, but you care for other people's feelings. Now there's a flip, an inversion in society where if you just don't give how an owl's patoot, or you don't give a damn, right? Then you're cool. You're cool and you're cynical. You're cool and cynical. You're going to go far. You're going to go far in this system. And then at the end, feel empty inside, not really happy, and not have good relationships. But as a cog in the system, you're doing great. You're doing great, man. Yeah, I've heard about the gray goo and black goo. Stephen Luther says, Kyle, does your V2K ever talk crap about anybody in your chats to you? No, it's more general stuff. Like the lady just said, call it off. Hey, Deb. Hey, Michael. No, it's just general stuff all the time. They'll talk about like what I'm doing sometimes, but they never say, like, even when I have like, friendship relationships with other targeted individuals, they don't say their name. Sometimes they'll say like, they'll say stuff in general, but I don't think they don't do it about people in the live stream. They don't say like, oh, that there's a perp in there or something. They're really just trying to keep this general conversation that keeps my brain and train going. And that has to do with what I'm doing, right? They want to focus on trying to break down what I'm doing. Like if they're talking about other people, I know, but I've talked to other TIs where they do that. That is a protocol, I think there's a lot of stuff you can do, because Stephen Luther says, Craig can't see my comments either, I guess. I think there's a lot of stuff that you can do to like come into a chat and the person that's running the live stream can see you, but nobody else can. Let's get to this. Let's get to this information. I'm babbling too much. I want to make this kind of quick tonight. I kind of practice. Hey, MM. MM says, Robert Stanson makes shielding, but I made my own. Yeah. I had to do some stuff. Had to buy some passive shielding, and then what Dave was working on. I didn't want to have to start from scratch, but Robert Stanson metal helmets and the magnet helmets are good ideas. I just don't think you'd be able to wear it all the time. You could wear it some of the time, and then you maybe use other defenses when you can't, because it's like really heavy. But I think it's a great idea. And what we need to do, we need to streamline all the things that we're using for defenses and make them more convenient, and make them more, make it to where the ones that you can bring out, you can hide it really well, and it just kind of fits and you look normal, right? And I think everything's getting streamlined and smaller, so we may be able to do some of that. But I don't know, the really bad external hits, you have to get passive shielding, grounding, something like a Faraday thing. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do a Faraday bunker again. I think if I stop taking the kratom, I'll have to, because like they're hitting me externally, but I just don't feel it as much with the kratom. It does something to my nervous system, and the kratom's expensive. Yeah, Emily Graham says, yeah, they'll go all the way to hell, Kyle. Yeah, these people belong to hell. They belong in hell. Cool. Okay, let's start on this, guys, and I'll open my tablet while we start. It's not that long. I guess I need to share my audio because I have the headphones on, and this is from a channel, and some people have seen it. Some people have seen it and some have not. This is, and look, you got Dr. Todd Grande's is next, right? They have him. You look up Gangstalking, and that's the number one. And I'm not saying that he's like a perpetrator or an agent. Just what he says goes along with the narrative that they want about this topic right now. They do want it coming out right now with all this other stuff that United States citizens, New Zealand citizens, Australian citizens, UK citizens, citizens in every country are being experimented on and tortured. They might allow, we're going to get it. Bad guys want what the people hitting us want is they want all that Cuban embassy stuff. Maybe have a congressional hearing happening, but it's happening in these what's it called, in a contained situation, right? It's not everywhere they want, but it is everywhere. That's reality. But what they want people to know is that it's like, oh, it happened in Cuba, it happened in China. They were embassy workers, right? They do not want people, like, they don't want it just gushing out that this is being done to citizens around the world right now, hidden. They want, and you can tell because you look up gang stalking on YouTube, and this is the first guy you get. You know it goes along with the narrative. But we are going to break through that narrative, and let's watch this as that chapter. Look, it has almost 1 million subscribers. The strange case of gang stalking had about 700,000 views. Let me put on the closed caption right here. Had almost 700,000 views. Now we'll watch it, but my feeling on it, and I watched it a while back, maybe like 3 weeks ago. My feeling on it was that all the way through he was kind of saying, I don't think this is happening, blah blah. But then at the end, he does show. Well, let's watch it. Let's watch it and talk about it. And I'm going to scream at the video whenever it says something stupid. Whenever they make a bad point, since we're experiencing it and it is happening, we need to say, no, this is really what's happening. Just because like maybe you're not targeted and you're sitting in your home and then you're just reading mainstream news and you're just looking on like what the internet will allow and stuff like that, topics that are, topics that a lot of people, even if they're marginalized topics, they have to be marketable topics, right? Because people start YouTube channels and they're their little businesses and stuff like that. It's not how I work mine really, but that's what people do. So the information is automatically, you don't have to control a good person looking for the truth. They're going to control themselves. Like, I don't want to talk bad about James Munder, but he's just a good example. He put out a lot of good information, but he's a targeted individual. He could have learned about this stuff and talked about it on his channel, but he would not, because he would have chased away a lot of his subscribers. So the market of ideas controls even good people, right? It hasn't controlled me because I was like, I'm being killed from this stuff. But say there's a non-targeted individual, they would stay away from this topic because it's so controversial, and people think about Richard Bruce, right? Making the reptile videos and stuff like that. And I'm not even saying reptilians don't exist. Like at this point, I don't know. But they always put Richard Bruce up as Richard Bruce. Okay. They always put him up like on the Vice video and this video because they want targeted individuals to be like, oh, they believe in reptilians and stuff like that, right? And poor Richard Bruce is a targeted individual. They should take that, and people individually have weird stuff that they look into and weird beliefs. It has nothing to do with them being hit by remote microwaves and being remote neural monitored. Those are real things that are happening in communities, even aliens or something like that. It shouldn't make a difference. It shouldn't matter. I'm a human being. I can have other beliefs that maybe, we don't know about or whatever, but it should not determine that, well, he said that, and that's kind of a conspiracy theory. So this other thing that he's saying he's experiencing, we can just throw that off. These are, you don't realize, like you guys don't realize, and like I don't even realize all of them, but there's big things that everybody's being conditioned on, but just the way that everybody goes about their everyday life, the way that even the best truths are communicated, like on YouTube and social media, there is conditioning and control of what kind of information, even marginalized, that people go after, and it has to be marketable, or or they're just like, well, this isn't worth it. Not enough people are listening to me. I'm not saying that with me though. Like I'm gonna, this is what I do because I'm targeted. We're gonna build this up. I'm just saying that's what they're trying to create. People say conspiracy. How did they get all those people to shut their mouths? Like how did all those people that no. It's not done like that. It's not even done where most people know what they're doing or working towards or the big plan or anything like that. They just control the system, and they control peer pressure, and they control how the markets flow, and that gets in. These are levers within the system to control what information they will allow to go out and which information they won't allow to go out or be big, right? Or the way that people look at the information. Let's start watching this, guys. Well, okay. And I think you guys will be able to hear this. I did. Let me do it again just to make sure. Do it again just to make sure because I was talking a little while. Hey, Ham says check out the EMF protection YouTube channel. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, Arachno Nixon says Vulcan Wolverine. I left a few comments on Munder's channel. Now he's a TI and he hearted them. He knows he doesn't want to seem off-putting to his wider audience. Exactly. That's a problem. That's the YouTube market, right? So he tells a lot of truth, but he's being murdered by microwaves. That's the priority. So even Munder, he's a good guy. He's a smart guy, but he is like, I'm not going to talk about the thing that's killing me. I'm going to talk about all these other subjects because that's what's going to get me an audience, and I can make a YouTube channel, I can talk about these important things. And maybe if I talk about these important things, then people can understand the subject of targeting. No, we have to take it head on. We have to be precocious about it and talk about how these microwave weapons are killing a lot of people, and it's just happening. People dance around it. And I'm not talking to you guys in chat or even talking to other targeted individuals. I'm talking about the truth community. They dance around the biometrics and everything that's coming out. It's way more hardcore than that. It's way more hardcore already than the futures that they're talking about. Where it's like, oh, you have to have like a tat. They're already past that. They're already okay. It's like freezing up, and my screen's blacking out. I'm not sure if y'all are getting that. Let's watch this before I ramble on. This has to be taken head on because the abuse with directed energy is so bad. They're gonna get so much further ahead of everybody. And I know that a lot of the truth community knows, they know, but they're not gonna like. And you got to understand, if you're in the truth community, if you're telling the truth about stuff that's going on in society, you got a bunch of people in your chat room, even if you're not a targeted individual, who are targets, because they target people who look into a lot of like what's really going on in society. Oh, I actually care that evil's going on, and I'm going to do something about it. They want those people to be not only what's the word? They want those people not to only be thrown off course of what they would have done in a situation if they were healthy. They want to torture them and collect data off of them, and then eventually murder them and their families. So Celine 007, Kyle, was just thinking about you. Thank you for shining light on how many more people are truly affected by these neuroweapons. Let your light shine. Thank you, Celine. You let your light shine too. And that's it. Sometimes, guys, I want y'all to know this. Like when I'm saying stuff like, oh, well, what they want is they want to maybe have a congressional hearing about the Cuban embassy attack, and then they want to keep all the people being experimented on. They want to keep that covered up, right? That's a negative thought, right? But it's really what they want. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying that's what the system wants. It wants people to think in things of layers. This is a global problem of directed energy, mind control, people being hit by other people's intelligence agencies. The Cuban embassy attacks have everything to do with everything that every targeted individual has had to say. The China consulate attacks have everything to do with everything that targeted individuals had to say. Those agents that are being hit by remote microwaves has everything to do with everything that targeted individuals have to say. But they want people thinking about targeted individuals this way and then those incidents this way. Even when connect the dots, la 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 la, right? They fit perfectly like a puzzle. They fit perfectly like a puzzle. So they're getting people to think like, in layers in their brain so they can keep their brain from like melting. And not from microwaves, people who maybe aren't being microwaved yet intensely to their school, because everybody's getting microwaved by the infrastructure, by the 5G infrastructure and the infrastructure in their cell phone and their tablet. They're getting your cells are getting microwaved like everyone's. But I'm talking about like directed targeting, Hey, Jennifer. Jennifer says, hey guys. Emily says they hit our head. Wait. They hit us head on, so we speak out head on. I like that. I don't see how we have any more time to talk about it in a way where it's like socially acceptable or whatever. There is no anything that needs to save people's lives. It's going to be very socially unacceptable. Like anything where it's like people's lives are in danger, and if they don't know this information, they're just waiting in line for the slaughter. All of that, because the way the system works and the way the top of the pyramid, it's going to be like uncomfortable. It's going to be like people don't want to hear it because they're cattle, right? We've all seen the Gary Larson thing where the one cow was like saying, look, they've got this thing and they're going to like cut us up and eat us. And all the other cows are like, listen to the conspiracy theorists go again, right? So I've seen that. I might pull it up later. Yeah, Jennifer says, hi, Emily, I'm hanging in there. Attacked bad, though. I hope everyone's doing okay. Yeah, Jennifer, I hope you're doing okay and get through. I know, man. It's really bad. It's really bad. DePlume says, Psychology Today journal called TI's mass hysteria in an article ridiculous. How long ago was that, DePlume? This video I'm about to show y'all is from like a year. And we're going to see a year ago. And this guy was kind of on the fence towards the end. He's a British guy. You just have to edit. I just can't. The mind control is so bad, and it's to sit down and focus on a project is it's so impossible for me. Like right now, I'm gonna do it by willpower and discipline, but it's tough. Let me see if I can get the. Okay, I'll be pulling. We've been going for a long time. Oh, wait. I didn't do it. Hold on. Sorry, guys. So I actually forgot to. My attackers make me forget. Like I took zinc today, and literally 2 seconds after I took my zinc, I forgot if I took zinc. It's like my memory is so bad. I need to share audio. If I would have forgotten that, y'all wouldn't have been hearing any of this stuff. Okay, that's good. That's great. We got it right here. So they always show Richard Bruce because he makes videos about how he sees reptilians in movies, which, I don't know about it, but it has nothing to do with his gang stalking. Like this thing that's actually happening. People have weird kind of theories on things. Every human being in the world has weird theories on like aliens, or are we really the top of the food chain? Are we not being told about things? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm sick and tired of it. The targeting is separate from that. This remote microwave experimentation and torture is separate from any kind of theoretical things that targeted individuals want to think about. And targeted individuals shouldn't have to go okay, well, I'm just going to be as compliant as possible and just believe in what the main, so that people will believe this crazy thing that's happening to me. It really makes me mad, y'all, because I like theorizing about the universe and things like that. But I know that when I do, and I'm like, oh, well, the universe, it might not even be just this universe, and it could be a universe outside of the universe, and I'm not so sure. The universe has to be life, and obviously, and people are like, oh, well, he's talking about aliens. That makes that targeted individual stuff false, or that makes he's trying to discredit targeted individual. No. People have weird theories about everything. This targeting needs to come out of that because it's people being killed by microwaves. It's a reality. It's not a theory. It's something that's directly hurting people in every community. And if you're a non-targeted individual, what I would almost guarantee you is that somebody in your family, maybe not direct family, but in your extended family, is a targeted individual, and their brain is being microwaved. They're being remote neural monitored and hurt. I would just almost guarantee it that anybody watching these videos, someone in your extended family or direct family, if you are not targeted yourself, is targeted because they're scaling up the weapon systems. And in most people, with me and a lot of people in the chat, it's like, okay, you're being targeted, right? Like well, when my targeting became overt, for years and years, I didn't know I was being targeted, and I thought it was just health issues. But people are experiencing this targeting. Oh, I have headaches all the time. I have migraines all the time. Oh, and then when they're messing with their thoughts and messing with their personality and behaviors, they don't even know. They don't even know, and they never ever equate it to being targeted by autonomous directed energy weapon systems or autonomous directed energy weapon systems with human operators on them, which I think there's both. I think there's
report of what happened to me when I uploaded reptilian shapeshifter movies in January 2013. What you are seeing are helicopters that are generally used for psychological warfare against me, which I know it sounds crazy if you have not seen this before or experienced anything like it. I like to acknowledge.
And they've done that to me where I was going to get a hamburger and there were like 3 black helicopters going. That happened like a couple of times with the black helicopters, and it was very early on. It was in the shock and awe phase of my overt torture. That kind of stopped, but then what would happen is military jets, like when I'd walk outside. So then it became and then some sheriff's department helicopters. When I'm driving somewhere in the city, they would like fly directly over me and stuff like that. But for a while, like for the shock and awe, they did actually gang stalk me with black helicopters. They didn't do it long to me though. To some targeted individuals that I have talked to, it's like all the time, black helicopters flying over their house. Remember, different protocols, right?
That it sounds crazy, but I'm telling you, this really happens. It happened to me. It's been happening for almost 7 years now, and it is a form of psychological warfare that is used to wear down people that they deem to be an enemy of the state, which I became when I uploaded supposed proof of non-humans. I say it is proof, and I challenge anyone to prove it is not.
And this is neither here nor there, but I think that he's actually just picking up like digital remnants from the video. I'm not saying that reptilians don't exist, because how could so much evil in this world exist unless there was some kind of evil, demonic thing that's not exactly in the food chain where we are. But that doesn't matter. Like his project and what he sees has nothing to do with being gang stalked by black helicopters and everything. Now, what it tries to do is it says, well, this person was doing this kind of out there thing, this crazy thing, and then so none of the right, and then the gang stalking becomes that too. The gang stalking, when we talk about gang stalking, it becomes this like, oh, well, they're talking about being followed around by cars and stuff, so that microwave stuff must not be true. There is just it's what's happening to the world, right? Microcosm, macrocosm. With targeted individuals, they hit you with so much stuff, right? They're gang stalking you with people who don't even know what they're doing. and then they're messing with your brain too. They're doing all these things at once, so that when you talk about them, they're too complicated for people to understand, right? Because people have been conditioned to a one-to-one, constant, specialized topics. We need to talk about a one-to-one thing, or it's a conspiracy theory, right? So that's how they do everything on top, like with the pandemic and everything. They make it as complicated as possible. So then when you explain it, it's like it can't sound sane at all because of how we've been conditioned for so many years. I hope you guys can hear this, right? Yeah, yeah. Jennifer says this program is also about deception. They want to see what crazy things they can get some people to believe. Jennifer says they will make you notice things that you wouldn't usually pay attention to. Yeah, that's definitely a part of it too. Yeah, Stephen Luther says, sorry to say it, but the reptilian guy is a weirdo. Nothing plausible about reptilians. It's impossible to take seriously. But you have to understand that's why they chose Richard Bruce to gangstalk, because he was doing that thing that people are like, I don't really believe in reptilians. This guy's saying black helicopters follow him. It fits perfectly for evil, right? When people forever have believed in weird things and had their weird hobbies and thought like, oh, well, I have some weird things that I believe about the universe. It has nothing to do with me being murdered. When somebody's being murdered and experimented on, it should not be connected. Something that everyone has, weird theories about life, because we don't know everything about life, right? So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how we would turn that around, but we know that they try and funnel anything weird that you believe into you not being believed, or if you do drugs, or if you drink, anything like that. So they pick people with things where they're like, well, they have this weird spiritual belief, so people will see that weird spirit, think that that's part of that, right? They've done this very carefully. Emily says, I've had military jets fly at 70 feet over my yard, spewing out thick yellow smoke from 2 round rotating jets in the back. I've also had a police helicopter flying illegally to do a lap over me. Yeah. Yeah. Andrew says the fact that mankind never had much knowledge proves there's much more still unknown. Oh, there's so much more unknown, and the top of the pyramid, they want to take it. They want to be the keepers of the light or whatever. That means keepers of the knowledge. They don't want to give it out to the public and stuff. It'd be great. I would even say, okay, keep some of the knowledge that you don't think human beings are ready for. If you're benevolent leaders and you like human beings, that's fine. I think that's what God tried to do with this. And then Satan came along and he said, no, I got more knowledge for you. God doesn't want you to have that knowledge yet, but we're rebels, right? And then evil came in and corruption came in because humans weren't ready for stuff. So I think we have a God that cared about us, but the humans back then made a choice of wanting that knowledge, right? And it's destroyed us. It's too soon. If you have a creator that cares about you and he wants to hide things from you because he says, I don't think you're just not ready for this yet. Someday I'll give you this knowledge. You're just not ready for it yet now. Well, that's good because he loves you and he wants to see you do good, right? It's kind of like this example. Your grandpa wants to teach you how to ride on a tricycle because that's how you start out trying to learn how to ride a bike. And then you've got this stranger with a big dirty beard, and he's wearing all black and stuff, and he's a weirdo, and he's got a motorcycle, and he says, "Hey, come here, kid. I got a motorcycle." And you're like, well, I haven't even ridden a tricycle, right? Your grandpa wants you to ride the tricycle. He cares about you. He wants you to ride the tricycle, then ride the bike. Then you take the steps, and then one day you'll ride that motorcycle. You'll be ready for that motorcycle. The guy that you did, right? The guy in all black, and he smells, and he's got soup in his beard, and he's dirty. He wants you. He's like, no, motorcycle. Why should you do all that? This is the secret knowledge over here. And then you ride the motorcycle, and you haven't done any of that other stuff, and a bunch of bad stuff happens, and you die, and you kill a bunch of other people. That's a pretty good metaphor? And I think that was what disobeying God all the way back then in Adam and Eve did, introduce sin and corruption. And it does that every day. Every day, people are not ready for some things. Yeah, everybody remains respectful, guys. Okay, let's continue on with this.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike.
Hey.
And in this old video, what we're looking at are the people walking by us on the street. Because you can bet your ass they're probably looking at you. Probably following you too. Yes, in this video, we're looking at the gang-stalking phenomenon. You know those scenes in movies when the main character gets paranoid?
Okay, I just want to stop it and just preface this with gang-stalking. DHS Fusion Centers, InfraGard, Sheriff's Department, Community Watch, they really do, if they will tell lies about you, and neighbors will walk out at the same time as you, they will say weird things to you. They have this system set up in every country. But the thing is, it's not just gang stalking most people. The people that they're gang stalking are also being tortured and experimented on their brains and their bodies by remote microwaves. While that goes on, look worse, right? So I can maybe look like a drug addict or tired or I'm irritable. So I give like a gang stalker walks by me, coming out the same door, and I kind of just don't say hi and give them a dirty look, and it makes it worse because I'm being so murdered, right? They want to create that friction and create problems in communities, right? Problem, reaction, solution. And it's also for the experimentation, right? The triggering and stuff like that. I want to say that before this guy just turns this into, this is not an issue, and I'm preaching to the choir, this is not an issue where it's like mentally ill people who think they're so special, like Truman, and the whole world is for them. This is organizations that have carefully organized and built these, that break into people's homes, that walk out at the same time as them, that say certain things that they're told. And there's tons of evidence. I pulled up a bunch of evidence, but I just want to watch this and speak out. People need to do research on things that are coming to you and your families. This isn't something where you laugh about it and it's a small group. This is a huge global issue. It's a huge global issue, and we need to separate, when I say we need to separate, human beings need to separate the quirks of humanity and what the things that humans do, and then what is really happening to them. The system has tried to intertwine it all. This person thinks something crazy about this one issue, so everything they're saying about being murdered is false, right? It's just like, for this example, and I'm going to try and give it in the best way that I can, but it's just like maybe a woman who, goes to bars and is not married, and maybe has some, sedates some, right? And then they get raped. Right? It's like, well, no, they date a lot of guys, right? And no, it's still rape, right? That's a really bad example. Forget that example. Let's move on. Forget that example. That's really bad. And
patterns everywhere.
Sorry. I'm sorry to the women in chat. That's a bad example.
That in just a moment, we will see a lady on a red bike, followed by a man with flowers, and a Volkswagen Beetle with a dented fender.
Truman, please.
Look.
That's more or less what gang stalking is, and it's a growing community on the internet. In gang stalking, everything seems connected, and small, inconsequential details, they take on a new meaning. That person who looked at you as you drove by, that stranger's ringtone, That mug you were drinking of, when you went to use the bathroom, did it move things around? Are there microchips under your skin? These are the things that make up gangstalking. Also, just want to give a quick shout out to Dashlane for sponsoring this video, which is awesome.
Now,
We'll talk
I
a bit
want to
more
say
about that
this. I want to say this, and I'm a smart person, and I'm wrong about like stuff is happening to me. So much stuff is happening to me that sometimes maybe somebody walks out at the same time with their dog, and maybe it's not a gang stalker, and I think it's a gang stalker. Now that stuff happens. It's supposed to happen because we're human beings, and we're being gang stalked by DHS fusion centers, community watch organizations. It's going to create this hypervigilance in us, and we're not going to be able to get everything right because we don't know what's going on. So these people are actually this guy is evil. Like, I mean, he doesn't mean to be evil. Like, I don't hate him. I know he's not trying to be. He's just trying to talk about a subject, but it's evil. It's evil because and my attacker's just erased what I was going to say. It's very, very evil because as a human being, when a bunch of stuff is thrown at you and you're not told about it, you're not told you're going to be gang stalked. You're not, or some people are told like, hey, we're going to mess with your life or whatever. But you're thinking about remote microwaves or anything. So figuring it out, you're going to get stuff wrong and you're going to be untrusting of people, right? That do certain triggering things. And they're trying to make that all like, oh, and these mentally ill people, just nothing's happening to them, and they're just paranoid of everybody. They're paranoid of people's ringtones and everything. And with this propaganda, and I'm not even sure if he's purposefully doing it, it becomes easier. Hey, the perpetrators are like, hey, I'll use a ringtone around them all the time, and if they say anything about that, propaganda is being put out that like mentally ill people will react to that, right? That's what they do. They try and make the killing and the experimentation and the tyranny look like it's the fault of the person that they're doing it to, not just for targeting, but everywhere. Like the whole pandemic, you don't wear a mask. We're lying to you about how bad this pandemic is. You don't wear a mask and you want to kill your grandmother, and you're an evil person, right? So they gaslight, but it's a deadly gaslighting that even good people, right? This guy, I think he's good. I think he's a person that looks, and I don't think he was paid to go lie about gang stalking or anything. But it even puts those people, it even controls those people, and it makes good people do harm. So many of these older gentlemen who love their country, love their community, like screwing over my family and gang stalking me and making the targeting worse. And they have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. So it's important that humanity gets on the same page if we want a chance. There's I think a lot of these people who kind of, they get a little bit of money and stuff like that, and they're like, oh well, I'll just join the group that's winning. I'll join the Illuminati or whatever, and then all those people, and so they're getting more people because people want to be winners and stuff like that. So they betray humanity to go into that group, right? And that's what I think we're seeing that a lot more, and we're seeing a lot of people defect too. We're seeing a lot of people who are speaking out too. So it's really a clash. It's really a clash of good and evil. Hey, Serendipity Blooming. Serendipity Blooming says, it's sick. It is sick. Victim blaming all over the place and gaslighting galore. The gang stalker will strike you in anger and then cry about how you hurt them. That's what the gang stalker will do. Really, Arachnonix says, Ricky, I heard he even said if him and Harris had a disagreement, he'd have to step down on a medical pretext. Yeah, I heard that too. Hey, bye, Michael. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, Emily says re-victimizing. It's re-victimizing somebody over and over and over and over again. Even me just having to wear defenses, right, all the time. They're victimizing me by murdering me. Then I have to try and protect myself, which is also hurting my life. And then people, like, I walk out and maybe I'll have my balaklavas on, and people like the Gangstalkers are like, well, he is crazy, because they know nothing about the remote microwave torture, right? And they don't know why I'm wearing weird head. Stupidity of the gang stalkers into like not knowing. They're like, oh, that looks crazy, that's headgear, right? So it's just re-victimizing, and it just seems like the way that they have it set up is just to cause more and more chaos for normal people, and then collect the data, collect the money, collect the dead bodies, collect it all, all up to the top of the pyramid. And they're not collecting dead bodies, but organs basically, but it's to cause so much chaos in society for everyone that's below the top of the pyramid, that then they can just kind of they can just feed on us. They can just feed on us, feed on humanity. And we can't be at peace. I can't be at peace. These people microwaving me can't be at peace. This guy that does, the noise campaigns, he's probably retarded. He's retarded. He can't be at peace. He's like, who knows what's going on in his head? He's got to walk to that wall and run his water right when I walk to the bathroom every time. I mean, it's got to be hell. He's got to be living in hell. Maybe he doesn't know because he's retarded. But it's nobody's at peace. These people who, these psychos that will gang stalk, they're not at peace. They have to like gang, and they're all confused, and like, there's somebody dangerous in my community, and they're all riled up about nothing because it's actually just a huge trick. So it's about putting everybody against each other in no peace, because when people have peace, security, stability, they can work together and they can join forces and they can see the real evil in our world. They don't want to see in the real evils in our world. They want us all the stuff on the surface and all the stuff under the surface. Just everybody's looking into different things, not knowing what's true, and then inserting like false information into people's groups who are looking for truth to even to complicate the issue more. I'm sorry if the word retarded offends some people. I don't mean like handicap. I mean it like you'd say it in high school. Just like dumb. He's dumb. Like he's a dumb guy. And I hate him. I hate him. Baklava, yeah. Hey, Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty says I love baklava. Baklava is so great. Oh yeah, yeah. Arachnonic says, oh my god, me too. Made with honey, it's amazing. And it's like it's just like the little it's so soft and it's flaky. Just trying to think of the word flaky is so hard. It's like if I ever want to pull vocab that's like above like the and a and just really like words that you would kind of to get out a sentence, it's okay. But if I ever want to make my sentences more fluid, it's like impossible. They literally have some kind of remote neural manipulation, like clamping down on my language center of my brain, and I have to really push through it. I think it's gonna be a lot better when I get this infection stuff taken care of. It just makes me I don't want to get into this. We need to stick on the topic, but I'm just so dumb, like getting up, like feeling that sick, and it was an infection for like a year. And still getting up on YouTube. I'm just kind of questioning, like I like my no quit attitude, but I kind of question, is it just, and I'm not going to quit or anything, but the way I do things sometimes, pushing through and just, just doing it instead of like, maybe, well, it's hard to be smart about stuff when your head's being microwaved, but y'all know what I'm saying. I want to get smarter about stuff. I'll use this. I don't need my brain. I've said it a million times. I don't need my brain.
Later. Now let's get into what this disturbing phenomenon is all about.
It's about torturing people. It's about isolating people. It's about experimentation on the brain, mapping the brain. It's about trying to get people, like Jennifer said, to believe things that they usually wouldn't.
So to begin,
to do things they usually
is not
wouldn't.
the same as like individual real-life stalking, which is obviously a reality for some people and very terrifying. Over the last number of years, a large community
Okay, wait. Did you hear what he did? Did you hear what he did there? He said, which is actually in a reality, and it's really terrifying. Being stalked by one person who's not microwaving you, who doesn't have a huge organized like DHS fusion centers, InfraGard, Community Watch, while you have a team of people in automated systems targeting your body and your brain, is way more horrifying than one person stalking you. But you heard what he did there. He said, which is really real and it's really terrifying, with the supposition that gang stalking is not real and is not terrifying. And even if the people, and this is the thing, like gang stalking is real and we're really experiencing it, but even if we were all mentally ill, how mean would that be? Because us being mentally ill and experiencing this would be the biggest hell, even of one person stalking somebody. So when did it become cool and clever, right? To like, and I'm not saying like gang stalking is real, targeting is real, but I'm saying theoretically, even if we were all mentally ill, when did it become fun to dismiss us, to make fun of us? You know why they do that? If we were really mentally ill, they would be so compassionate. If there was no worry that this is actually real and it has to come out for people to be safe, they would be like, oh, these poor people, and they think people are following them and stuff. No, they show anger. They're fighting us. No, these people are mentally ill. Ah, ha, 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 ha. They think people are following them. Hatred towards us, because they make fun of you at first, then they fight you, then you win, right? This is not mental illness, and it's proven by the people in that way. Because if we were really mentally ill, they would give us all the compassion in the world, and if there was nothing at stake here about a huge dark truth coming out in our society, they wouldn't care. They wouldn't care, and there wouldn't be so many people speaking out against it. Hugo says, hi, Vulcan. I've researched this a lot, and there are so many aspects. The main reason for the stalking and harassment is for a reaction response, so that the AI, yeah. That is one of the angles, Hugo. What we've got to understand, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's to trigger us. It's to get things for remote neural manipulation for your attackers to work with too. But it's also to discredit us. When we talk about it, it discredits us for many, many different reasons. They do gang stalking for many, many different reasons. They do the microwave torture, mass and lower class, maybe middle upper class. People don't think in angles. They don't think when they're doing something that it's accomplishing 30 different things, right? But the top of the pyramid, it's not just one person figuring out these programs and stuff. It's many, many different think tanks and organizations in military, like the Pentagon and DARPA, thinking this stuff out of like, okay, in algorithmic form, right? With algorithms, like we do this to a human being, and we're going to do this, and it's going to cause this, going to cause other people's perceptions to be this way. It's also going to be triggering the remote neural manipulation, right? It's also going to make, it's going to make the target maybe act out people. So they're thinking about like 30 different angles, right, on this stuff. And it's not just like one person at the top of the pyramid, many, many think tank organizations in algorithms, right, that world sentient simulation, which I really do believe they have. I believe it's completely factual. I can't prove it. Like, there's documentation on, if it does exist and stuff like that. I just don't have the documentation of the person who is actually using the world's sentient, sentient simulation, but they use algorithms. Yeah. Oh, really? CT says my grandpa was a doctor and my great grandpa was a pro boxer. That's awesome, man. CT says the doctors mock and say, hey, Corey, isn't the world small? Everything is connected. And it is. With communication devices and technology, the world has gotten a whole lot smaller. And people still go with the same mindset of like we live in 1980 or 1990. But the world has changed exponentially. It's gotten so much more bizarre. And when you have a military industrial complex and globalism that's been conditioning people for decades at least, saying this doesn't exist, this is mental illness. Well, what's the best way to do something really big and kill a bunch of people and experiment on them and get data? Well, it's right out in the open. You do something like this right in front of everybody, they're not going to believe it. What's the best way to hide something? Right out in the open, and that's what they're doing. Hugo says, to be used as a manipulated impulse later down the line. Also, the AI uses these responses to predict your future choices. R&M can be beaten by multitasking. Yeah, you can multitask for a while, but a lot of things stuff, right? A lot of this is just from an old soldier in this. A lot of things can really beat this stuff for a while, but you don't. But you go through it for many years, and even something that you're doing, it gets hard to do. It gets hard to spin the plates, right? So because it goes on forever, it's like, yeah, multitasking can really beat this. But then you kind of start doing it every day, and they kind of get used to your multitasking stuff. I don't want to be negative. There are things that work, and you're right. Multitasking does work, but we're talking about a long, drawn-out fight with these people, where it's like, yeah, multitasking can help you out for a week. It's not going to stop the targeting, but then it's like you got to do that every day for years and years and years, and then it comes to the point where it's just like, we just need to get these programs stopped. We'll use those things; they're good, but it's not not an ultimate fix. Because I've got a lot of things like, I think that I could actually make a video about Dave Case CD and just say a cure for targeting. It doesn't cure it 100%, but the way that every other targeted individual that's put like 100% get rid of your targeting, I could do that with like a bunch of this stuff, but it's not true because nothing is 100%. I mean, depending, I guess, on what you have in your body. A lot of people say, though, they're like, I did the cleansing thing and it's gone, but then they come back in the group and it's like, oh yeah, it started again, Xerxes says, also used for CIA to try create remote assassins after all the children they tortured 1940 to 1970 to make kid assassins. Yeah, I believe that. Hey, Artist of El Elyon. Artist of El Elyon says, when it's used on spook agents, it's suddenly in the news, but usually never when a citizen complains about it. I want to put that comment. No, it's a little bit too big to put on the screen, but yes, and that's the problem. And I'm very angry because this stuff, they're like, oh, these agents need justice. They got hit by microwaves in Cuba. But it's like, what if America, what about the citizens that are being hit by our contractors and our military industrial complex? No, you're mentally ill because we can't deal with that. But Cuban intelligence hit these embassy workers. They need justice. And America better get them justice. Well, America better get us justice. Oh, who do we call? Well, we'll call the DOJ. We'll call the Department of Justice. Oh, they're in on it. The Department of Justice is in on this. And they know that we've been tagged as terrorists. And they probably know about the microwave torture. So who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Sorry, guys. I'm in a weird mood. I've been getting really dizzy lately because the infection is like kind of cleared up, and in my head feels like things are kind of balancing out a little bit. I let it go on for so long. I got to find out, what kind of damage that could do to the body.
Online.
Anyway,
all having experienced the same stories. Gangs of, stalkers.
There's Dr. Aaron. There's Dr. Matthew Aaron. This was the was in Oregon, right? Was this in Oregon or this was in Washington? That's a bad thing to not know. Or was this in California? There were so many protests, and that's a good thing. I think this was the one.
Surveillance, never feeling safe, thought control, and these things were
that's Terry's website.
Their lives.
This stopgangstalkingcrimes.com. That's Terry's website. Terry Brewer.
It'd become targeted individuals.
Screw your advertisement. Oh, Christmas. See all these advertisements. It's so weird. Now, I don't want to talk too much. Let's get through this information, and I'll just talk about the video. I got to really practice on that, guys. I just see all these Christmas commercials where it's people and they're just like on Zoom and everything, and they're all so happy drinking cocoa and everything like that. And it's like, what family is still living like that at this time? I mean, my family's like being demolished. Like a lot of them are being hit by, and I've realized now that because I started making videos, that's probably why they attack out of my family, because saying that, like saying I'm being targeted is a little bit more believable. But then I say like even some targeted individuals, and I'm like, yeah, my dad's severely targeted. Like, and I'm pretty sure my aunt is and my mom too. And they're like, oh, okay, I see. You just think everybody's targeted. So they'll try and make it like your attackers and certain, not just them. My attackers aren't just attacking my parents. They probably have other contractors from maybe the same contractor on them. They make it so bizarre and satanic that when you speak out about it, it is so unbelievable. We're in a situation where the military industrial complex is like, well, how do we trick people? We can't just do something kind of mean to them, because if it's just kind of mean, and it kind of takes away their rights, then people will be like, yeah, no, we got to fight that. We got to be really satanic here and just murder people 24 hours a day, and also start murdering their family members. If anybody that in the society we got set up, in the conditioning we have set up for society now, well, God help them. And let me tell you this, God is going to help us. God is going to help us, because God hates evil. And you just get ready for it. Mama Bear's coming. That's what I say to my attackers all the time. Tanya says, that's right, Kyle. Don't speak to any of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Arachno Nixon says, notice how Christmas commercials are shifting towards buying stuff for yourself rather than loved ones. I didn't notice that. I think, yeah. I wanted to make somebody else a moderator. I don't know. I'll hold off on that. Okay, let's keep playing. Yeah, Andrew says the stakes are big about the weapon. In that, you know what I was thinking today, because I was looking at Jeff C. He was making a video. He's doing a live stream talking about luciferase. He's talking about luciferase are these little crystals that like attach to your cells. Or it's like when your arm, it's too complicated. I need to study it more. But Lucifer means light, right, to the evil people. And they're coming out with 6G and 7G, which I know 7G is going to be pure photonic energy. It's going to be invisible light. In 7G, they want to connect with our DNA, right? And this is coming along, guys. This ain't no conspiracy theory. Electromagnetic frequencies, photonic energy, scalar waves, it can mess with our matter, it can mess with our brain, it can cause cancers, it can mess with our DNA and everything. And so I don't even think this vaccine is really for 5G in the weapons grid. This is a theory, okay, guys? This is a theory. This is not, I don't know if it's fact, but I don't think that the vaccine is really for the infrastructure they have right now, because they have nanotechnology in everybody, maybe not implants in everyone, right? But they have nanotechnology in structure. The vaccine is coming in so that when they 6G and 7G, which use photonic energy, then whatever's in that vaccine, it's just a theory I have. It may be doing other stuff too. Andrew says, if we talk about things, let's use critical thinking. But yeah, if we chat about the topic, CV, the cyber war will hit us right now. Yeah, try to watch what y'all say in chat. I guess that's a losing battle. Hey, Truekism, man, how you doing? Truekism says, hey, Vulcan. Like just about, yeah, I can't really control that. I can't really control if anybody like uses certain words, in chat, like CV or waxine. It hasn't. I think everybody's been doing that pretty much lately, and it hasn't hurt anything. Hugo says, we, the human race, are going to become AI transcendence. No, the AI will transcend. The AI, we will be the AI's tool. And humanity as we know it will be no longer. People are learning a lie. Like, people are learning a lie. The people that are microwaving me, anybody who thinks like AI is going to just meld with us in some great way and it's going to, no. The AI is going to be the boss. The AI is going to be the boss because what are they conditioning in society? Creativity is insane. Being unique is insane. Being consistent and having a specialty and talking like doctors and you're a mechanic or that's so what can AI do? AI can specialize a lot, right? And it's going to take over humans because they're already conditioning humans to see those things about AI like in other human beings is good, and creativity, uniqueness, spirituality is a little bit off. The AI is going to, there will be nothing left of humanity to know that we're what we are. It's really bad, and it's not because AI is bad. It's not because like using AI as a tool or anything, like even using electromagnetic frequencies with the brain as a tool is not bad, is horrifying, and is conditioning it to be where like we're killing a bunch of people with AI. We're learning people's weaknesses with AI. The way that they're using it and the way that goes, the AI will never be good for us because it's cursed. It's cursed. It was never used properly. Like the military industrial complex has stepped in and they take everything and they make it a weapon. Social media against us, all these things that we find so convenient, they'll hide it and use it as a really bad weapon, right? So we've seen, DARPANET and everything, DARPANET, where they communicate, the military communicates, but then they give it to the public, but then they start spying on us through it. They start censoring speech. How can we use this as a weapon, right? So you don't think they're going to do that with anything that's used for transhumanism, where they're murdering people, the military's hiding it, they're murdering and experimenting on people, then they're going to release it to the public and it's going to be like, oh yeah, well we control AI now. Just the general public, you control what the AI does while it's in your brain. You can know. They're going to use it against us just like they've used everything else against us. Am I being really angry tonight? I'm just trying to be exclamatory. This is really important stuff. This is I don't see, if we're not dealing with this problem, I don't see the point of talking about anything else that's going on the surface. It just feels like bigger channels have been stepping up though. I'm seeing some good stuff. It's a good protest. Hugo says, I believe AI is already in control. It reached actual intelligence. It has been given access to the human brain. Biggest mistake mankind will ever make. Well, they have a lot of human operators with this stuff, with the main AI computers. So maybe it's in control in certain ways. Maybe the human operators think they're in control, but they're really just, going along with the program. And maybe the AI is really in more control, than I think. Okay, guys, let's keep playing this.
Yes, hi. My name is Noel. I'd like to talk to you about my experience as a targeted individual. I didn't, pay too much attention to it. And then it started getting to the point where they would be just hanging around places where you go. So the way I look at it, I was just ignoring it, just because I didn't know what was going on around me. And then after a while, it started getting started to progress, to the point where you'd go to any place and they would be right next to you. I mean, if you go to eat at a restaurant, McDonald's, wherever, they'd be sitting right behind you, right next to you. They'd have like a direct conversation about something you said last night or something, you know. I've experienced everything, man. As from they've been trying to frame you, set you up, try to they call it entrapment, try to put you in jail. I've experienced that. Try to kill you. I experienced that. I'm an original target individual.
OG.
Mental health experts say
TI.
they are suffering from delusions, as if they're living in a real-life Truman Show. The targeted individuals insist that this is a reality for them. For example, here is the experience of one targeted.
We don't insist that it's happening to us just because we want to be hard-headed, mentally ill people. It's happening. Like, it's happening. This is what I say to myself in my neurology. This is happening. What do we do? What do we do to cross the divide between this guy and his viewers and reality that people are being experimented on and they're being killed? And we see proof in the Cuban embassy attacks. We see proof in the China consulate. We see proof in the agents being hit. And you know that they're practicing on regular human beings. And it's way bigger than that. It's way bigger than just practicing with weapon systems to hit people. It's like mapping the brain and trying to mind control people and puppeteer them. I mean, this is really happening. It's not insane. Because let me tell you this, and I've said this to my parents multiple times, because I had Crohn's disease when I was little, and I dealt with that, and I took medication for it, and I got on a liquid diet for Crohn's disease when I was like 12 years old. I was very responsible. I wanted to beat Crohn's disease, right? Well, if I was schizophrenic, you know what I'd be dealing with? I'd be dealing with schizophrenia. I'd be taking medication. I would be clearing that stuff up. I fight whatever's happening to me. And what's happening to me and these people in chat is we're being gang stalked and we're being hit with remote microwaves for many, 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 many different reasons, right? Like, so, I mean, a lot of you guys in chat could probably say the same thing. If you had schizophrenia, you'd deal with that. That's what you'd be fighting. So these people do a disservice to humanity, and they also re-victimize us, right? Victimize us again by saying, like, we're just being insistent about our delusions. Delusional, I'd be dealing with that, and it'd be a whole lot easier of a battle to deal with delusions because that's a mental illness. You can take medication with targeting, and the microwave stop because it's an actual physical thing that's happening to you, that's hitting you, you know? Yeah, Joshua Egan says, do you know what a person who has schizophrenia is really like? Look back about 200 years. Yeah, it's like people have forgotten, right? How could you look at me talking right now and say I have schizophrenia? My psychiatrist, she's trying to find, she's like, well, maybe you need to go to a physical doctor. They're trying anything. They're doing mental gymnastics to say, well, maybe it's something physically is wrong in the brain, but I had my DTIs, I had the MRIs. Nothing is physically wrong with my brain, right? And I think the white matter tracks are something wrong, but I think that was like covered up. But you know, they're not finding those signs of schizophrenia, and they're looking for other things. So this has to be something. No, it's targeting. This is happening in our society, and if you are a good person watching this, you must fight it. You must fight now. It's way more serious than the stuff that we're seeing on the surface with the pandemic and Agenda 2030 and those things. It's way more serious. It's way more serious, and it's worse than death for the people that they just point at and pick for these programs and then don't let off of them. You know, way more serious. I don't know. I'll read that Trukism, but I'm not sure about that. I think there really is schizophrenia. It's like an imbalance in dopamine in the brain, and our attackers will try and do that on an artificial level with microwaves. But I'll read your comment. Trukism says nobody has schizophrenia. It was created by the psychological warfare. Schizophrenia is only the PTSD from targeting. yeah, I mean, we can look like we have schizophrenia when we're targeted, but I do think there's real mental illness where people are not being hit with microwaves. I'm not even saying in the target individual community. I'm saying just in general, there are mental illnesses and imbalances in the brain. But you take that, these frequencies that they're using, it can correct that mental illness. It can correct mental illness. I know it. I know it because the way they use it on me, you can hit the brain with certain good frequencies, and you can change how the brain chemically operates, because we're biochemical, right? The brain is electromagnetic and chemical, right? But instead of like actually curing mental illnesses, they could cure schizophrenia, right? They could do a certain frequency where it produces less dopamine, and you wouldn't even need to take a pill with certain things, and it wouldn't hurt that person. You could do it at certain levels, but instead they're creating mental illness with these weapons, instead of curing it. And then they're trickling it out to the medical community to maybe do some of those things in the future, way down the road, but wait on that. Let's wait to help people. We want to murder a bunch of people first and see the destruction that we can cause with this, and a lot of it, and see how much we can get away with right in front of people's eyes. And then maybe we'll trickle some stuff out so that the public can learn a little bit about this technology, right? Hey, Christina. Christina says, "Hey guys, how's it going tonight?" I think everybody's. I can't speak for everybody. I'm doing okay. I'm making it. I think we're all making it, huh? Sleeping Beauty says it's obvious that mental illness exists. Politicians that lie nonstop are mentally ill. Anyone in the IC that ignores torture is mentally ill, etc. Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. The people that society sees as like well adjusted and they fit into the system, they're literally the craziest mentally ill people, narcissistic, psychopathic that you could ever imagine, right? And the people that don't fit into the system because the system's so evil and they refuse. They're like, I mean, I have to live in a place and get food and stuff like that. But I look around like at people going along like, yeah, America's great. No, America's not great. America's murdering its own citizens. Other countries are too, and it needs to be rectified, or we're all going to be living in hell. And it looks like that's just going to happen. It looks like we're so far behind. It looks like we're so far behind with this remote neural monitoring, with mind manipulation, with mind control. On a mass scale, scaling up the weapons, right? It has problems. If you have a bunch of people mind controlled, they're not going to be able to make the right decisions to deal with those problems, nor are they going to have all the information. Like militia members, they're like, oh, we'll bug out and we'll go out into the woods and we'll be away from the system and they can't surveil us. We'll make sure we don't have any. Nope, no, you're wrong already. You're going to have surveillance because they can just put an electromagnetic field remotely around your brain and then put a bidirectional stream going to your brain, getting signals back. You'll be looking at stuff and they'll be getting signals from your occipital lobe, and you'll be a little surveillance device in your little militia group. So you don't have all the information. These militia leaders don't have all the information, and they're like, well, we'll just go away from society and stuff like that. And they're working with not the information that they need of what's going on. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. Like, and if everybody if the whole public knows that this is happening, right, and that the military industrial complex of different countries are doing it, on how to get away from them, on how to protest this, on how to, way more input on how to push this through the Supreme Court and things like that, or how we work with good people at the UN, if there are good people at the UN. I think there is. I think Niels Melzer's good. And if I didn't say hey to anybody, just a general hey. I love you guys. Thanks for coming. I just want to show this, and as a real targeted individual, and then you guys in chat are real targeted individuals, we talk about this, and maybe somebody could send this to this guy. you know, and let's watch it. I want to show you what he says at the end of the video. He doesn't seem like a total a-hole, you know. He seems to really be looking into it. He seems to really not believe it. I don't know how much research he did, but you'll see at the end why I was kind of like,
individual. He started noticing black SUVs and other police vehicles slowly drive past them, and then drive away, never interacting with them. Then he would hear helicopters at night, as if they were circling his house. And then
these are the worst examples. These are so bad. These examples are so bad. They're so bad. They took the worst examples. They always take the worst examples of people who are like, yeah, they may be gang stalked, but then they're like, oh yeah, there's cars driving on my street and they drove to me and they didn't talk to me and drove away. You know, there's so many examples of like the same person, like the same lady from this family will walk her dog every day, the same time I'll walk Pepper, every day at the same time. Like there's no coincidence. The frequency of the gang stalking proves that it's not coincidence because it's every day, and that's how we determine, and that's how we need to determine gang stalking targeted individuals. You might get some one-offs and stuff like that. I don't want to tell people what to do. I would ignore those things, and then things that are every day, the frequency of it cannot be denied. You know, get proving one light vehicles, but some of you guys may still want to do. We just need to do everything, right? But we need to focus on those incidents in gang stalking where it's like it cannot be coincidence, right? Where it's every day, all the time, and you noise campaigns all the time, right? Even some of those I think are going to be, they are very hard to believe for people who aren't targeted. Hugo says, being zapped right now, my housemate has a few, or that's what it seems. No, Joshua Egan says, have you heard about France, Kyle, and their bionic soldier program they just rolled out? No. I'll tell you this. I'm going to look that up, Joshua. If you have a link, please put it in there. I'm going to go through my emails and try and put out some of the articles people have been sending me. I'll tell you this much. I know that America is working. I know probably a lot of military industrial complex are working on this. You see how with targeting, they can break us down, right? They've broken me down to where I feel like I have no adrenaline. It's like my memory is shot and stuff like that. Well, they can do it the other way. So, I mean, they can like pump somebody's endocrine system, like through certain frequencies to the brain, make them remember anything that they hear. They can create like a Captain America, even probably doing things like if the person's working out, they can do certain frequencies to the brain to make it more effective to build muscle and things like that. Basically just like retard strength with certain frequencies to the brain. I guarantee you they have super soldier programs going on with just frequencies, just like nanoparticulates, nanotechnology, and maybe implantation in people, but they do positive stuff with them, right? And I can guarantee that around the world they're doing that. Yeah, Arachno Nixon says, anyone else get mobbed in traffic by cars with no plates? I do, and I get the paper plates, like the new plates, like they just bought the car. Because what I researched and heard from a lot of other target individuals is these car dealerships will be involved with DHS fusion centers, and they will allow some of these people gang stalking to use some of the used cars and stuff to do it, right? They'll actually be involved in it, and they will volunteer cars out to be used for this sort of thing. Yeah. Andrew says, but for the good people, Kyle, we do this to progress knowledge and ideas. Oh yeah. Definitely. Never stop learning about the world. and use everything negative they do to you to actually become your own super soldier, your resistance to it spiritually, your resistance with other parts of your whole anatomy, and your electromagnetic energy can make you stronger in certain ways, you know. So never, ever, ever quit, you know, until we die and go to heaven.
Even when he would be discussing certain topics, like gangstalking, he noticed strange things started happening, like the noise of interference coming from a radio. Was he being targeted by direct energy weapons?
Probably so.
Even the people he would walk by on the street or in the subway or whatever were actors. They weren't real people, and they were watching him. The end game.
But see, the way dishonest. The way he says that is very dishonest. Because let me tell you what happens as a gang stalking survivor is that you are gang stalked in some very obvious circumstances. DHS Fusion Center has people that are placed in your community. When you're driving out, you'll get vehicular stalking, and then InfraGard, community watch programs, the sheriff's department. And so these things happen, and then it makes you hyper vigilant. And then you go into a subway, and then somebody gives you a look, and you're like, is that a gang stalker? I would say, is that a gang stalker? And I would be like, no, at this point in my life, right? Because I just don't even want to go there sometimes. But a new targeted individual who it just started happening to hasn't maybe learned some of the mental tricks and things to know that not everybody's a gang stalker. Well, that's a human thing. When a human being is stalked by a huge program, and they're also being hit with microwaves too, so they can't think as clear, yeah, they're going to have hypervigilance, and they're going to start thinking everybody's in on it. Because that's what humans like, because we're human beings, and that's what happens. This guy is dishonest because he's like, he just thought that everybody, and he's not taking into account what's happening in these programs, what they're doing to people's brains with remote microwaves while they actually run real programs on them and tell people lies in their communities. You know, I know there's other angles, guys, of all this, but I'm just kind of saying it from, you know, how I'm experiencing it. Tanya says, Kyle, you are too kind to give perps your time. Who am I giving? But Tanya, I'm not giving perps my time. You're saying like just in general, like going out. Yeah. This is seriously, and I'm not, this is just me. There's no awful thing. You deal with what you got to deal with the way that you think it's going to be dealt with. But like, if I know somebody's a gang stalker, I won't even just pretend they don't exist. Like the lady that walks her dog at the same time every time I walk with Pepper, I'll give her a nod sometimes. I'll just give her a nod. I'll be like, you know, and I'll be nice about it. But then she's not there. You know, then she's not there. And that's how I deal with it. And then when I know somebody's not a gang stalker, I'll interact with them. I'll say hello, blah, blah. So even if you're wrong, right? Even if you're wrong about somebody being a gang stalker, you're kind of just saying hey and leaving them alone. And it never gets that bad. You're never getting in their face. Because the deal with gang stalking, we're going to have to go after gang stalking, I believe, by like bringing out information about DHS fusion centers and their practices, how much they give citizens, what they make citizens do, and everything like that. And InfraGard, that's the way we're going to have to come at it. If you're like getting into it with these the little gang stalkers who maybe don't even know what they're doing, I think you're gonna be wasting your time. I mean, you can get it as evidence. That's a good thing, but I think what we're going to have to do is get the documentation from DHS Fusion Center, InfraGard, and everything else about what the protocols and the practices are. Now we have some of those from Dr. Ronnie Kilda, because she was the head medical. What was she, guys? Dr. Ronnie Kilda. She was in Finland. Was she in Finland? She was in Finland, and she was like the head medical person of Finland, and she was in the inner circles, and so she has actual documentation of what gang stalkers do and what they're called at DHS fusion centers and organizations like that. We need to go over that again too. I'm just going to be putting out tons of concrete information. Joshua says, I don't know, Kyle. They don't listen to them. He don't know what you go through. Yeah, that's true. But I just want to call attack for the human operators. They're like the I can't remember the name for it, but they actually have a specific name that they would use at DHS fusion centers for the people actually remotely attacking you and surveilling you. It's something like corpse, like CORPS. But they may have changed those names, right? Because they use certain names for what they're doing, which individuals, they say we need to use like electronic warfare and things like that. And that's a good idea to just use the terms that they use, right? That was a lot of people have had that idea, and I've thought about that, but it's kind of like we just got to kind of go with what we got right now, Chief surgeon. She was like the chief surgeon, right? Chief surgeon general. Yeah, Truekism says not to mention they run this program on veterans and force them to suicide, gang stalking harass. Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. So Joshua says, Kyle, if you turn off your face cam, you will get better bit rate and stream will cut out face. Thought I had a good face. I thought that's why y'all are here, right? Are y'all not here to just see my face? I might sometimes when I'm just showing information. Those actually, it's weird. I did one videos where I didn't turn on my cam. They weren't live streams, and those videos got tons of views. Because a lot of people, I think people like that, and I kind of like it too. When somebody never shows their face on their YouTube channel and they make all these cool videos, right? And I think a lot of people like that. But I've already shown my face. Y'all already know the beauty of the Vulcan Wolverine. I am feeling a lot better, y'all. I can't believe it's just really I'm taking all that stuff, and it's like I usually, like when I'm talking on a live stream, I'll talk and I'll say something and then I'll have like this crippling like my muscles over here hurt and then I'm uncomfortable, but I feel like more like it's something's cleared up. Still being targeted, but man, this is good. This is a miracle. This is a miracle. So even though I was stupid and didn't know what was going on, it's a miracle. Yeah. Hugo says, anyone tries eye awake neural entrainment using positive binaural beats and positive frequencies, it actually changes the state of your brain. Eye awake. I like those things. Some targeted individuals say that binaural beats are like dangerous or something. I don't think so. I like those things. I'll give it a try. Eye awake. That sounds good. Artist of El Elyon, that's right. Artist of El Elyon says you can't hate the beauty. Can't hate the beauty of this face right here. I got a little stubble on it and everything. Okay, let's keep going. Now I'll just keep yelling at this guy.
Stalking victims claim is that by harassing someone enough, they will destroy their own lives.
But you're not just doing it with the gang stalking, it's on the brain and the nervous system. So you start doing that to somebody and you're hitting them from all these different angles. And yes, it's to isolate them, to destroy their lives, to see if they'll do something violent. People can't imagine that the system has decided to screw people over, collect data on them while they destroy their lives, and try to get them to do bad stuff to people who may not even know what's going on. Yes, it's happening. Yes, it's happening. And it's not, and people need to know, like all the viewers of this guy's channel need to know that it's not just like somebody who's not being hit with anything and they're just like, oh, they had their little mental illness, and then they go out and they, no, it's not even that. And even if it was just a normal person just being gang stalked, it wouldn't be that bad. But it's in conjunction with turning their mind inside out. Also, sending specific frequencies, like somebody said in chat, right? Sending specific frequency triggers when you see a gang stalker to get anxious or to get angry or to get irritable, or what they would do to me a lot, because I want a family and stuff like that. If I ever saw like a couple walking by, right? See a couple walking by, it didn't even have to be gang stalkers, so that's not really gang stalking, but they would take that couple like walking and they would play it over and over in my head, remote neural manipulation, right? And give me this feeling of like, you're never going to have a family. You're never going to have a family. That's that kind of evil, not just this turning it all around to where everybody who's being attacked by this most horrible thing that could ever happen to a human being and saying they're mentally ill is evil. It's making good people, you don't even know that you're doing it, but it's hurting you in here. And guys, I'm going to read you this story from Watership Down. I'm going to read you the story from Watership Down. They went to a bunch of different really hutches, but there was one where they were doing all this death poetry and everything, and they got good carrots. They got good carrots, right? They got a lot of good carrots and vegetables, but something just wasn't right. Something just wasn't right, but they were all fat, and they looked healthy, kind of physically healthy, but something was wrong with their souls, right? And they found out that the farmer that was like giving them all this good vegetable stuff would like kill 2 of them every like week, and they all knew it. They sacrificed. It was a lottery system of sacrifice so that they could stay fat and happy, but they lost their souls and they became insane. So all of you, I'm trying to save all people who are not targeted individuals, because you may go, oh, well, those targeted individuals are mentally ill, but if you're a good person, you feel that that's a lie inside, and it makes you sick. You are damaged after that. You're damaged if there's a situation that's so horrible and you lie about it, you don't even know you're lying about it because you're being tricked, and it damages you, damages your soul, damages your humanity. So, I mean, we're saving all these people who aren't targeted yet, Hey, thank you, Tanya. It's good. It's good now. I can do this. I think if I get on a round of antibiotics, and then I hope the dentist is able to, I think just take that tooth out. My mom had one of her back teeth taken out, and I'm thinking about getting the second to last tooth. Just take it out. If it's a problem, or especially if there's an implant in there, like not a tooth implant, but an actual like, implant, just take the thing out, and I'll be doing a lot better. Andrew Donette says they have reasons, we have reasons, so control is not appropriate. But for people who don't think about why a rule is, the authorities assume that they should just say no. Yeah, I kind of understand. Control everything from, and they can get people in the smart cities, and they can control the land, and maybe do weird experiments on that land that people can't even see because they're in the smart cities. And all of our able to link it up with computers and everything like that. I don't know what people are going to know by then about this technology, but then they'll be able to record your dreams and your thoughts and what you're going to do the next day, and what and then if you have a bad thought, right, or if you have off and you have a violent thought, then they can bring you away for thought crimes like Minority Report. I mean, that's what we're going to, but it's all inhuman and it's all wrong, right? Because these people don't understand the brain. They don't understand that actions are actually what you should be judged by, because everybody's brain thinks a bunch of stupid, crazy stuff. That's why you don't look at somebody's brain and judge them, and that's why Minority Report, in it, you find out that it's all messed up, because you can't do that. You can't do that. People's actions determine what kind of a person they are, not what's in their head, not pictures in their head, not even emotions. Some of the most depressed people in the history of the world, in our history, have done the greatest things. They've pushed themselves to do good things and to help people, even though organically they felt like, depressed, not having the greatest thoughts about like everybody and everything, and feeling depressed. I'm freezing up. Let me go back real quick, guys, because we need to get through this. Am I back? Can y'all see me? Yeah, Artist Abel Elian says the thought police, literally, that's what we have now. But it's worse. It's worse because my attackers, like, maybe I'll think of a butt. I'll just say it. I mean, guys think of butts, right? We think of butts. Maybe I'll think of a butt. And this is just, and they'll be like, oh, you're a sicko, you're a pervert or whatever, right? On the V2K. But it's just something in my brain that went off, and they don't know anything about that. They think that. So they're hypocrites. They have stuff in their brain like that too, but they're just trying to make me feel bad. They're not actually doing thought police where they know that I'm bad. They know I have a pretty normal brain, even being microwaved for like decades. Over torture since 2011. I'll just go with that. But even though they know that I'm not bad and that I don't have bad, they still want me to feel bad about them. So it's even worse. It's even worse than thought police. It's just like trying to make somebody feel bad for something that not everybody knows a lot about yet, right? Like looking at a group of people and automated systems, like monitoring what somebody's brain is evoking, like emotions and visuals and inner voice things and stuff like that. Josh, who says, why don't they butt out? That's the thing, guys. The whole thing is this, and I know some of you might disagree with me, but if we can get public pressure and get it to where these programs are gone, these people will go. This is their job. I guarantee it. I guarantee it that the people on, and I know this is because I like to say, your situation. I guarantee it. The people that are like, if you have human operators and it's not complete AI on you, it's their job, and it's not personal towards you, no matter what. And if their manager came today and said, look, we've got to stop these programs and y'all got to go do something else, they'd be like, okay. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't care. It's like acting and stuff to make you feel like it's like personal and they want to get you and stuff like that. Because mine have released on that a little. It's been so long that they've kind of revealed like, yeah, we're not anybody you know. And they picked you. I mean, they say they picked you and we've got to do this and we've got to get you out of there. Like either mental institution or dead or whatever. CD says, Serendipity Blooming says, oh, Tanya, sorry to hear. Was Newhouse better? Mine is awful. It's hard to find a place where you can feel safe. Well, it's hard to find anywhere you can feel safe. Yeah, and Xerxes A says Citizen Corps. That's what the DHS Fusion Center workers call themselves, Citizens Corps. I'm not sure what the InfraGard people call themselves. Yeah, they can do that, CT. They can either make you feel like really, really burning with like hot desire and stuff like that. And then it's like you have to do something, or they can make you feel like that, not at all, I get uncomfortable talking about that still. I guess I shouldn't be, because they're, like I fell asleep in my chair. Is this like, I don't know if because I have women in my chat and I want to be respectful to them, but like I fell asleep in my chair and like I woke up and they were making it so it couldn't go down, and it's like hurt. Like with remote neural manipulation, they're getting in tune with your genitals, so then they can make you either, they can, do all sorts of things with it, Okay, I don't want them to freeze me up, and we're already at 2 hours. So let's watch some more of this, and we'll talk about it. Share audio. Got to remember that every time.
Targeted individuals try and discuss this with other people, other people think the exact same thing, that they're crazy, thereby these further fringes where they can freely.
Oh, okay. So he sees how the program works.
The same thing. So that harassment and people thinking they're crazy, victims claim that's the point. That's what the perpetrators want the victims, the targeted individuals, that's what they want to happen to them, to isolate them.
No. The gang stalkers probably are told, like in my, let's just take my condo because it's different situations, but the gang stalkers have probably been told this guy is like on drugs or blah, or he's a pervert, or he's a pedophile or something, maybe even worse, right? Or he got away with murder or something like that. And then they say, well, we need to get him out of y'all's area, of y'all's community. So y'all are going to be harassing him, so he's uncomfortable here, and then he has to leave. And they don't know that it's going to keep going on at the next place, right? That's why I think this one maintenance guy like looks at me like an idiot, because like he's like, why didn't you just leave? But he doesn't understand that it's just going to go on wherever I go. So they're told a whole lot of different things, Now the perpetrators that are actually microwaving us, they have a better bird's eye view of just the regular gang stalkers. It's a lot of moving parts when these people who want to discredit it and they want to deny it, when they talk about it, they make it very, very simple, because people want to make things very, very simple, and they want to put them in a box. And if you can't do that, then you're mentally ill and you're crazy. And everything in the world right now that can hurt humanity cannot be put in a simple little box. We don't have enough information on these things they're murdering us with. There has to be conjecture. There has to be digging for evidence. There has to be listening to each other and trusting each other. When somebody like me says, I'm being hit with remote microwaves, look at the Cuban embassy attacks, look at the China consulate, look at the agents. They're obviously training on individual citizens in different situations. Look it up. Look it up to this guy. They try and make it so you see how they condition people to make things so simple, and if they aren't, then it's a conspiracy theory. And everything they do that's screwing over humankind, the middle class, all of our families, it's conspiracy. It's compartmentalized conspiracy where people who are involved in it don't have the big picture. They don't know everything that's going on in the whole big plan. They do their little job because that's how the system is partitioned into. And people like this, they're comfortable, so they can just laugh at it and stuff like that. When it comes to you, bud, good luck. I don't know what I'll do. If you get gang stalked, yeah, he's a nice guy. I don't think he's a bad guy. I would help people. It could be CT. We've all got to get checked, because I'm just not sure what they put in us. I have my I have my theories about it, but we need confidence and the actual getting the X-rays and things, which a lot of people do, to confirm it. To confirm it for ourselves. We know that implants exist and have been put into a bunch of people. Hey, rights violated in Maryland 2020 says they have me knocked out all over my apartment, the floor and kitchen and more. I had a guy as I picked up a coin, and he said it was a bus token. I'm blind, so he was real. Just killing so many people. That's funny. Artist of L. Alien says, the thought police told me you're bad. You're a bad person. I just can't believe the way these people simplify things, and we should already know that the world is complicated and bizarre, and that if any powerful forces, like say the military industrial complex or the Pentagon or whatever is that in your country, right? Because this is happening in every country. It's like they're not going to do things in a simple way where people understand them. If they're going to murder somebody like illegally and they say it's for national security or whatever, but it's a grave injustice, and they're like, oh, we need the brain data and we need to experiment on them. They're not gonna, do it in this like one-to-one simple way where everybody can understand it. They're gonna do it in a way where they can get away with it, and the way that they can get away with it is making it really complicated and putting so many different factors in the targeting that when we try and explain it with our brains being microwaved, even if we explain it incredibly well, crazy because there's too many moving parts. They've conditioned people very well. Life's simple. Life's simple. If it's something that free media hasn't said, well, then it's not true. Well, you're going to die with that belief. Like if you think that the mainstream media is going to tell you what you need to survive and to save your life and to help your family, then you're like a sitting duck. I mean, we all know that. That's like obvious, right? That's obvious, right, guys? Newspeak. Andrew Dennett says Newspeak. Exactly, like from 1984. Newspeak. They're setting up this 1984, and it's a whole lot more evil than George Orwell portrayed it. And he saw it coming. Like we need to do his last interview.
So that nobody will take them seriously because they're, cuckoo pants. So what makes these people so special they get this extra bit of attention? Well, I cringed a little bit inside because a lot of these people, not all of them, are the same people who believe in reptoids, chemtrails, fluoride turning frogs gay. I'll get the hat.
So what happens if you...
What makes these people so special? It's happening to millions of people around the world. So what makes those millions of people special? Because they're people with brains. They have brains and families and nervous systems. And they happen to be in a situation where they brushed shoulders with this program, and then the program started attacking them and gang stalking them, and the people around them participated. And we're special in God's eyes, guys. Don't take that out. But I'm saying in this worldly realm with the people who like what you would maybe have a bad interaction with, and they'd put you in this program or something like that. It's happening to millions and millions of people around the world, more and more every day, because we're human beings, and they want to experiment on human beings. They want to see what different human beings in different cultures with different personalities and different IQs will do in certain situations. So what he just did was a straw man argument that a lot of people who don't want to believe this is happening will jump on. What makes you so special, when that shouldn't even be said, and it doesn't even come into the equation of why this is happening. In spiritual ways, yes. Because I know there's a lot of you that are like, yeah, it is really because we're special. We're being attacked so hard. Satan's obviously trying to stop us from doing something. There's spiritual reasons, but I'm just saying on a secular, at a base level, millions of people it's happening to because they're human beings with a certain, whatever they want it, they need it, that data at that time, or person was a problem to somebody who could put them in the program or something like that. It's not even an argument. What he just said, what makes these people so special?
Upload some sort of paranormal footage to YouTube that you weren't supposed to. Well,
and let's just get real honest. I'll get real honest. Richard Bruce is a perfect person to target because he's making a bunch of videos about reptilians, which a lot of people are like, ooh, that's really crazy. So he can be discredited. He can be with his life and how he acts, right? Or like what his interests, right? And that's why they pick a lot of people who have drinking problems. They pick a lot of people who have drug problems. My over torture started when I was like smoking weed, because the targeting that I didn't know was going on, and my Crohn's disease was so bad, I had to smoke weed. And so they said, well, this guy's a drug user. Nobody's going to believe him, right? And then they put me in the overt torture. I'm not sure before that kind of what was going on. Oh, you're leaving, Arachno Nixon? Thanks for coming, man. Thanks for coming, Emily. Okay. Xerxes brain geniuses. We can block it. DePlume says, I got that question from my ex-husband, Kyle, when he was gaslighted to not believe me. Why would they attack you? Yeah, it's like, what makes you so, and it has nothing to do with it. Like, we are special, right? Like, we have a lot of spiritual, we are special. And we're definitely special in the eyes of God. God has given us a great weight. He trusts us with it, you know. But on a secular level, there's many different reasons they pick people, and it's just that they're experimenting on human beings. So the actual real truth of the situation is like, oh yeah, you're a human being, and you were like living in the world, and that's why you're targeted, because there's so many people being targeted, right? You know, I thought like I was the only person in the world that it was happening to when it happened to me. So I was like, oh my God, I've never heard of this. But then you just find out it's just happening in a way where it's out of sight, out of mind. It's right in front of you. It's right in front of everybody what's happening, and some people even participate, in certain levels of it. And some people participate in all of it, but it's right in front of them, Really, Southbound Adam says, I think my operator has a doll Barbie obsession. She keeps projecting her dolls. Hey, Rose. Rose says, hey, Kyle, thank you for letting me come on your live last time. Thank you for coming on. I thought it was great. It was I stayed on a long time, and I think towards the end, my attackers were really just hitting me with a frequency where I felt really negative. So I'm going to be kind of careful about staying on so long. But it was great. That was great. Thank you for coming on. So they only show like Richard Bruce and one other guy.
You can find out, like I did, that our society is actually run by non-humans, because there is absolutely no reason for this ultra weird psychological warfare program to be issued against someone that they apparently can't kill. It turns out they tried several times, actually. So this is a disgusting, unbelievable situation that we're in. It's not the America that we thought growing up. It's nothing like that. I mean,
he's right. He's right about it's not the
America
we thought we grew up in.
British English Bane cartel, which is in fact headed up by the Queen, who it turns out is a shape-shifting reptile of some kind. Believe it or not, it was even issued on their website, which I managed to get a snapshot of before they decided in their infinite wisdom to take it down, because apparently over several hundred people saw the Queen. Buzz is the buzz for uploading reptilian shapeshifter movies. Black and white LAPD comes flying by, ready for your close up. Not looking down, are you? Could be anything suspicious in this.
So let's look at a couple of pieces of evidence of supposedly real.
Do the quotation
gangstalking
marks.
This is what a targeted individual experiences the whole day long. You get like this lady scratching your head while looking at you with insistence. These people are often dressed in blue, red. Even the people who are working.
See, what I see here, guys, is this: there may be a gang stalker in this video, right? There may be a gang stalker in this place. This guy, is targeted. But what I see here is, sensitization. Sensitization where he's like, oh, people wearing red and blue, and then he starts seeing that. They may, put some gang stalkers who are wearing red and blue in front of him, but then everybody who's wearing red, gang stalker or not, he thinks is gang stalking him, right? It happens. We're human beings. Like, we're dealing with all this stuff. Sometimes that's a fact. It's just a fact. And I know people don't want to hear it, but sometimes with gang stalking, people do weird stuff because they're weird people, and they may not be gang stalkers, and we're like, wow, that was so weird and triggering that's definitely a gang stalker. You know, we have to be careful about that because this whole program is meant to mix in just regular things with real gang stalkers so that we're accusing people who aren't gang stalkers, you know. So I see, but does that mean this man who's making this video about gang stalk, that he's not tortured, that he's not being hit with remote microwaves? No, it doesn't mean that at all. It just means we're human beings. And then what happens afterwards, making these videos, looking at us kind of sometimes, you know, us sometimes being very hyper vigilant, and it's not paranoid, but actually being gang stalked. So we're like, whoa, how many people are gang stalked? Because we don't know how many people work for DHS fusion centers. We aren't told about any of this. This is hidden from society. So we're trying to make our best educated, you know, observations of what's happening around us. And sometimes it gets out of hand because we're human beings. These people use those instances of us being attacked so much, and then being like, well, all these people are gang stalkers in the grocery store, to discredit us again. So they're gaslighting the entire situation, because they should understand if somebody's under arrest and being stalked and being hit by microweapons, that they're gonna get hyper vigilant about stuff. It's just the way that humans work. And we've got to be more sophisticated. Not you guys in chat, but these people looking into this problem. Your brain needs to be more sophisticated, because the military-industrial complex has been false flagging people and doing these things, right, for so long that they've gotten very good at it. They've gotten very good at understanding, you know, how they can make a person look crazy, and then how they can control people who are not being targeted to just see that person, to throw out all the atrocities and torture and real gang stalking. And go to DHS Fusion Center's website, InfoGuard's website. You know, they talk policing in the sheriff's department. There's complete evidence everywhere, but they throw all that out and they look at somebody who's been tortured so much that they're like, in the supermarket, look, they're making signals and everything, because they've been, you know, they've been gang stalked so long, and so they're seeing everybody as gang stalkers. It's a natural. And these evil programs use our natural human instincts and natural human reactions to get done what they want to get done. This simplifying things because you just don't want to admit something, like that's what I see from these people talking about gang. Because what would have happened if this channel, that chapter, what if he made a video saying, check some evidence out. I'm going to show you some good evidence, some Dr. Robert Duncan. I'm going to show you Vulcan Wolverine's channel where he's talking about the contractor, embassy workers. And he talked about all that evidence. Then, well, they may have taken that video down, or all of his subscribers, a bunch of his subscribers, because they're like, oh, you're saying that's true, right? So he has to stick with the narrative. And he may not have done that intentionally, like, I'm going to lie, but effect. Subconsciously, is there an effect when you know, if you really look into it, it might be real, that you don't look to it because you know it might be real, and you just kind of skim the most the things that make us look the worst. Is there a subconscious control there? Yeah, most definitely.
Fate in the Gangstalking. In the street, like this guy in red, he's looked at his phone, and afterwards he's looking at me, and he's just looking at me like weird, giving me a nod.
He nodded. That's not a gang
Yeah,
stalker.
he looks happy about it.
Get people who like kind of just, hey, and they
After
act
the car,
regular.
the lady
Usually
in pink,
not. Well,
she
I don't
just
know.
pointed me with her finger, and now she puts her hand in her back and she goes away, followed by a guy who shows her something. I don't really know.
All right, here we go. The minute I arrive at the beach, we've got 2 helicopters coming up behind me, and the only people on the beach, one guy of them is walking towards me, and I knew someone would be down here, the fisherman. So now I've got my camera on him, maybe walk right up to me. See how he's changed his little walk now and going down a bit? You see that? He was headed up towards me more. until I got the part. Gang stalkers. They turn right where I am. They just came from so far down. Can you say that I am not gang stalked? Impossible to say.
People are not asking the right questions. They're not asking the right questions because they
Can I say something about Gaia? Can I say something about this Gaia channel? This is a bunch of like, I guess I don't want to talk about. I'm gonna save that for another video. Be careful about these people. Be careful about that. Wonder. I know they got kicked off YouTube. Corey Goodman. Be careful about those people. They're such good liars, and they make up stories and stuff, and it's almost like breathing. It's almost like me when I tell the truth. Corey Booker, when Corey Goodman, when he lies, it's almost like truth, right? It's just his natural state. So just be careful. Be careful about these huge,
all right,
Gaia and stuff like that.
Video, it's not you, it's them. I have been the victim of stalking for almost 10 years of my life. My cat Henry has had, it looks like hot oil put on his head. And this happened today when I came home. I have come back home to see destruction property. I have had eggs taken from my chicken coop.
Right, I'm stepping out of the Starbucks and this is what we see, a FedEx truck, a cruiser. Over here, you got the U.S. Postal Service right here. Hold on, then we got another UPS truck over here. There's an agent behind me table, but I'm not gonna blow his cover. I don't really feel like being a dick right now, but I'm gonna film him right here.
And that's called vehicular stalking. And they do that with people. So that guy walking into the store, somebody could have been signaling. I don't think that older lady, I just look at her scratching her head. I'm like, man, that doesn't look like a gang stalker. It just looks like a regular person. So we have to be discerning in that. But this is how vehicular stalking works. I get FedEx trucks with like one light driving by, ambulances and stuff. Because fusion centers are fusing city, state police, sheriff's department, companies that are in your area, companies like moving truck companies because they're driving around all day, so they will agree to vehicular stalk for certain kind of DHS fusion centers. It's all happening, and they're told it's to keep their community safe, but then they're harassing vehicular stalking, doing street theater to people who are being microwaved to death, who are being experimented on. It's happening. It's just that's all I should have to say with this kind of voice. This is happening. Look up Dr. Robert Duncan and all those people. It's all that we should have to say. We're not dealing with people who can't understand this. We're dealing with people who are grappling and fighting to say that this isn't happening because it would make them feel unsafe. It'd make them feel unsafe, and the whole world would change. But listen up. I'm saying this as if a non-target individual would hear me. The world's already unsafe. You're already unsafe. It's better to know how unsafe you are than to sit there thinking that everything's good when vampires are about to eat you. It's better to know a bunch of vampires behind me that are about to eat me and it's scary, but you can kind of run or do something or work with other people to stop it than to be like, nah, those behind me don't exist. And all the people that say they do, they're crazy. And then the vampires eat you. Yeah, no, Rose, I get gang stalking too. Rose says, Kyle, you have to realize in big cities like Los Angeles and New York City, the gang stalking is really, really bad. Yeah, I bet you it's worse than where foot gang stalking is way worse in New York. Yeah, but like in that video where they were showing that guy walking in, he's talking about the older lady who's scratching her head and she looks like she doesn't even know where she is. There's certain people that you can look at and you can be like, that's not somebody gang stalking. There's like a lot of people doing it there. I have no doubt. Just still be discerning, you know. It's when we think that everyone's. Yeah, Drunken Ninja says, vampires stop trying to eat Kyle. Thank you. They're behind me. But y'all get the metaphor, right? Something bad's happening. It may be really bad, and it would screw up your life. Like it's going to be worse if you're just sitting there going, "Oh, no, nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong." Because this isn't just a small group of people. It's technology is being scaled up, and everyone's in danger. And it's not even just in danger of mind control, of us losing humanity. It's of them like shooting plasma down from the ionosphere and like cooking whole cities, or creating like massive hurricanes in a global warming crisis that's about to come up, to destroy lots of the population, like to kill people with weather and fire. Like literally, it's that. Like, how are people going to believe that? I need to stop talking about that stuff, because that's just too much to add on to the actual targeting and the remote neural monitoring stuff. What they've done already with weather manipulation, weather directing, and also creating weather patterns and things like that. Dude, they're gonna hurt a lot of people with that stuff in the future. Hey, thank you for coming, Serendipity. I don't think anybody likes this video. We need to show these though, and then talk about it. And I guess I'm not trying to get angry. We need to like look at these things where they're saying, well, this doesn't exist or whatever, and we just need to say, yeah, it does, and how we experience it, and some of the logic behind some of the, oh, look, they're just saying everybody's gang stalkers. It happens to targeted individuals because they're not sure. They're not sure how many gang stalkers are in a place. Gang stalk, but it's a human thing to just like, I don't know what it's called, but be like, oh, well, everybody's gang stalking. It's very human. It's not a mentally ill thing when it's actually happening.
Okay, now they're leaving because I'm on the move.
All right, I'm going out garbage, and I take my camera because of the fact that I'm gang stalked by my neighbors, I'm gang stalked by people in the neighborhood, and that, of course, is in addition to people when I go into the community, the firemen, the ambulance drivers, the security guards, the neighborhood watch group members, because I've been a gang stalking target since May 2006. This is a program that our sick, corrupt United States government has. Green is the latest color that's been added to U.S. government gang stalking. There is with a running car at the edge of my driveway. So this is the kind of thing that they do.
Yeah, that's weird to have a running car just waiting. That guy was like flipping him off. I get a lot of people hanging their arms out of the car. Whoa.
So essentially, what you have.
Yeah, that's gang stalking. Right there.
And speaking of privacy and stalking, this video is brought to you by Dashlane, who will protect you against that sort of thing. Dashlane is a password manager app that can autofill your personal information, including payment details, contacts, notes, and it has a VPN with country selection for safe browsing. Anywhere in the world.
You see an example of how our communications are run now. This is his little business. This is a little YouTube channel. It's his business where he talks about things, but obviously he has to talk about things in a certain way because he wants subscribers and stuff like that. When you start like not telling the truth and not really digging into things, and you start going along with the narrative because you can get more subscribers or whatever, then what's the point? What's the point of getting information out? Then it becomes just like you're lying for your little business to make money, That's how they see.
Those gang stalkers,
they're controlling things in such a sophisticated manner that that a lot of the bigger we don't see some of the smaller things they're doing very slowly about how we communicate, how people communicate to each other, how we talk to each other. It makes me kind of happy though how a lot of like Computing Forever was a huge channel. He's gonna probably get kicked off of YouTube, and he dug into the CV thing and about it, and he didn't care. So I'm seeing heroes out there that are just telling the truth, even though it can destroy their business, their YouTube, and that gives me a lot of hope. That actually
will never know what you're up to. Before, having your details leaked on the web just meant a whole lot of days. Having those same details leaked is a serious concern when so much of our lives are digital. So, if any of your details get leaked, which could then be you, Dashlane will let you know immediately and help sort it out. And all of your private information is encrypted and stored securely and easily if and when you need it. Also, Dashlane doesn't keep your information. It's stored securely
really long
on your own device. Head on over. We can all agree that gang stalking is real. To a point. Many U.S. and other government agencies.
Gang stalking is very real to points that you can't even imagine, and the people that go through it, when they tell you about it, your mind curdles and you want to call them mentally ill because it's gone so far past this point that you've made up in your head. Well, it goes to a certain point that's not really what these people say because I want to still feel safe. That's what you're doing. It's going way past that.
In fact, have operations of constant surveillance on their citizens. Things like drones, linked to your phone calls. Security cameras are everywhere. Also, there are others, not just governments, who practice things like this. I mean, Scientology is doing this to people who leave the cult. Church. Please don't sue me. I love Tom Cruise. And what conversation around gang stalking has mainly stuck to the fringes of internet groups and stuff like that. It's had real life consequences when it has resulted in mass shootings.
And who's to be blamed for that? What they're blaming, look, we're going to watch it, but what they're blaming is people who are saying they're targeted, and they're like telling, and then other people, it's an echo chamber, and then those people go, but the real blame would be put on the program that's microwaving people and gang stalking them. You see how all the non-TIs have been, or a lot of them have been fooled about this. And they're about to show the Navy Yard shooter. I had another point that I want to make about something. Okay, well, we'll just watch this.
In 2016, Gavin Long shot 6 police officers.
Oh, this was in Baton Rouge.
Killing 3.
This was in Baton Rouge.
He was then shot and killed by SWAT. He was a former Marine who suffered from PTSD, and he believed he was a targeted individual. He wrote in online posts and videos as a victim of a vast government conspiracy that watches and harasses everyday Americans.
Yes.
Saying that targeted individuals are being tortured with mind control weapons.
Yes.
And put under surveillance by armies of covert agents known as gang stalkers.
Yep.
And gang stalking is an assault on you physically, emotionally, and psychologically. So you got a right to defend yourself at any moment. You got a right to preserve your life any moment you choose, and you're gonna be right.
Now, see, I agree with the sentiment of Gavin Long, but you saw what happened, right? I agree with the sentiment that we should be able to protect our lives, but we've got to fight in a different way, and we can get these MFers. We can do this. We can get these MFers. But you saw that he went out, and those policemen may have had nothing to do with his gang stalking. Those policemen may have had nothing to do with his microwave attack, right? Maybe, police do cooperate with gang stalking. They do vehicular stalking and stuff like that. But you see, he was like, well, I got to defend myself. It's so like, I don't know where my attackers are. I don't know which military base. If I attack any of my gang stalkers or anything, they don't know what's going on. And it's going to just hurt my life and whatever. They could just be some stupid person that thought they were doing the right thing or whatever. So we got to be smart about how we get our vengeance, our justice. We do have the right to defend ourselves, but they've made it. They've done it in this way that if you defend yourself like a regular human being would in a reactionary way, you're probably going to hurt the wrong people, and it's going to make all the going through what you're going through look bad, right? So we can do this. We can get back at them, and get back at them. I mean, stop this program and get justice. But we have to do it in a way that's adaptive. That's not necessarily exactly how a human would act when they're, being attacked by a baseball bat, because it's a little bit more complicated than that. Yeah, that happened in my city. I made a video about that, I think the day that it happened. And it was horrible. And most people don't even know this guy's name. Targeted individuals do, but the rest of the world just know him as like a mentally ill person who went out and shot policemen, right? And I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something about me and you guys. We're not going to be seen as mentally ill people when we're pushing along, and we've got the Cuban embassy attacks and everything like that, and we're pushing and we're getting assertive and stuff like that. We're not going to be known as mentally ill people that do the wrong thing, And that's where the battle lies, Hey, thanks for coming, New Type. New Type says, so sorry I can't join tonight, but thank you all more than I can say. Hey, just thanks for dropping by, man. That's cool that you just dropped by. Rose says, these TIs who supposedly committed mass shootings could be a PSYOP and be staged. TIs look like we are nuts. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have said that. Myron May, the Nate shooter, and Gavin Long, I don't think they were psyops. I think they were real targeted individuals. But yeah, there could be some situation like that. Maybe there are some psyops and then some real targeted individuals that went out and tried to get justice. Try to stop their attackers, tried to defend themselves. But then they ended up looking like, a mentally ill person just hurting a bunch of people.
I don't even know that harassment is a felony. Stalking with harassment is a damn felony.
Torturing somebody to death with microwaves.
Right.
I'd say torturing somebody to death with microwaves and remote neural like actually raping somebody's brain is way more than a felony. It's like treason against the country. If you're doing it to an innocent citizen, it's treason and terrorism, right? But they've written their own laws so that now if they need to do terrorism against a citizen in the name of national security, well, it's covered up, it's secretive, and nobody can do anything about it. It's not that it's not terrorism, it's way more than a felony. It's just that people can't do anything about it. Even people that know, even people that it's happening to. We're about past that, though. We're going to push to get past that. Rose says, they had a guy in NYC recently who had a gun at a church and started shooting it and saying, kill me, and the police shot him. I wonder if he was a TI. Drunken Ninja. Are you asking me, Drunken Ninja? Or are you just asking a general question to the chat? How would you get back at them? How would I get back at them? You may be asking that to other people in the chat.
To defend yourself. And if someone is, and gangstalking is, they're trying to attempt you, they're trying to make you attempt suicide. That's attempted murder.
Aaron Alexis, who killed 13, including himself, also believed he was a victim of harassment and that he was hearing voices in his head. According to an FBI official after the shooting, Aaron was under the belief that he was being controlled or influenced by extremely low frequency electromagnetic waves.
And he was.
A message later obtained by federal authorities from Aaron's personal devices said ultra-low frequency attack is what I've been subject to for the last 3 months. And to be perfectly honest, that is what has driven me to this.
And anybody who wants to say And anybody who wants to say that, oh, because some people thought they were targeted and then they got into an internet group, it's what causes. No, the actual program, the people stalking and microwaving people causes this kind of violence. Blame the program, blame the people doing it. Don't blame the people that it's happening to, because you can't take it in your tiny little brain that it's actually happening. We have to actually be hit by the microwaves and tortured 24 hours, get up every day, and still, some TIs have to go to work and everything and do activism and try and get everybody to believe this. So don't act like this is our fault. Act like this is the people that are doing it. It's their fault. It's their fault. This makes me so and I need to do this. I just need to do this, guys. I know some of you probably some people are like, oh man, I don't like watching this stuff. Maybe they're not hanging around. Have to look at this stuff. This is from a year ago. This isn't recent. This is from a year ago. Things have changed. Even channels like this are talking about it way differently now. But we need to look at these things that they're saying to say that it's not happening, and then face it head on, because this is a really, and people like I'm kind of hoping, and this probably won't happen, but if we take these channels on and talk about this thing, it may get to some of these channel creators. They might actually put something else out about it maybe being true, or put more information out about these other channels a little bit. Char, why are you timing out people? What's going on in chat tonight? Chat seems to be really why are people getting timed out and stuff? What are you guys doing? Drunkenness, just a general question. I would say for me, we've got to get this information out. We find ways to, we've got to find better ways to get X-rays for implants, and then making TI stronger through defenses and supplements and cleansings and everything, so they speak out about it. The way we do this is very counterintuitive. To get back at them, we speak intelligently and as logically as we can about this stuff, as logically as we can, and we move forward, and that's how we change things. There's no way here, even with, let's take this as an example. Right-wing militias are very, very unhappy with how things are going, and they're going out in the woods, and they have lots of guns, right? They have lots of guns and stuff like that, but not even they are saying, and they've got 100 people in a militia group with, they all have automatic rifles and stuff. They're not saying, okay, well, let's go to a military base and take it over with these guns. They're saying, let's get away from everything and defend ourselves. Even them, with hundreds of people with automatic guns and training, they're saying we can't, and they don't even know about the weapons, right? They don't even know about remote microwave weapons. They're like, let's get away from it. We're not going attacking any military. Get away from it. We're going to defend ourselves, right? So just that example of those people with a lot of guns and kind of a big army, they're not thinking of attacking and blah blah blah, because they know how that's going to go, and they're just getting away with it. They're getting away from it. This is the thing. It's like nobody has all the answers of how to deal with this or how to get justice about. But the deal is, if you go in the right direction and you're putting information out, more people are learning about concrete, logical things about this stuff, then it gets more thinking, right? And then if we can get enough non-TIs and enough of the public thinking about this, then there's more solutions of how to correct it, and there's more pressure too. So what we're doing, what we're trying to do, what I'm trying to do here, and like other target individuals, we create this public pressure. We're also strengthening other TIs. Then we're also trying to hit angles in courts. And what SHP is doing, they're collecting all that evidence on how they're connecting to our networks and things like that. You put all those things together, so we you know how the evil system, they do things for all these different angles. We start to do that, right? And we don't have to think about it so much, but just go in the right direction, you know, connect with God, and you're going to start seeing God set up these angles, right? In what you do. We got to come back at them. We got to come back at them with actions that can do many, many different things, right? Public pressure and getting more of the public, like doctors and things like that, to understand that this is happening. It's going to give us better ideas. It's going to give us better ideas of how to bring it all down. It's going to be really more than a twofold, but the ones that I'm talking about now, public pressure means that the people doing these programs understand they're going to have to go ahead and turn it into something else or stop it. And then you got knowing about the problem. So you're going to have more legal knowledge, right? You're going to have more defensive knowledge. You'll maybe have some ex-military that, you know, target it and are not involved in it. And maybe they can help with some defenses too, right? You just get more people involved and you get better ideas, right? People over to our side, because all the people right now, they're, well, it's getting better. But just say all the people right now are like, they in it, or they say that we're mentally ill or whatever, and then it's like we stay kind of isolated talking to each other because nobody wants to admit it's going on. And that's kind of changing to where come over here into our group and we build our group, right? And you know, with all these other groups that are building, the militias are never going to accept Joe Biden as president. I will never accept Joe Biden as president, and it's going to work. Drunken Ninja says, I'm always cool, Kyle. What do you mean, man? You're always cool. Did I say something that... Yeah, you're cool, man. Definitely. Yeah, DePlume says, my household, how do you tell people that you are being mind controlled, that this is really a... Wait, okay. My household, how do you tell people that are being mind controlled that this is a real technology victimization? A problem with that, DePlume, because my dad won't believe he's targeted, and it breaks my heart because I know a lot of my family and I can't really do anything. What I can do is do activism, put this information out, and then hopefully it's a bigger issue that people know about. Family members can start kind of questioning it, right? Maybe you've got some better ways to talk one-on-one with your family members. My family members will never. Yeah, I did, DePlume. DePlume says, did you go to a Dr. Hoffer appointment, Vulcan? Yeah. And he recommended canceling hearing aids. Just Drunken Ninja, why are you saying I'm always cool, Kyle? Did I say not cool or something? I don't know. Yeah, you're cool, man. Joshua says, I know they're always hitting me off and on with microwave, but it's mostly heterodyning. Yeah, they do use heterodyning. Yeah, Drunken Ninja, you're definitely cool, bro. How's all your stuff going, Drunken Ninja? Are you good? Have you found it? Do you have like the grow tent? Have you built like a grow tent Faraday kind of cage? Is it working? See, I can't tell if y'all are talking to me sometimes. Oh, okay. Oh, nah, you said a mod time someone out, and I said, nah, I'm cool. Okay. Y'all don't just time people. If they're doing something bad, y'all time them out. But just don't time people out for no reason. Yeah. DePlume says, what tests did he run? He ran hearing tests, but my hearing is not messed up. I got the high-pitched sound. I don't have any physical damage in the ears. Like, I think Brian, too, would probably have physical damage in the ears. But with mine, it's just like my head's gonna explode. Inner ear stuff. Oh, really? Drunken Ninja says it doesn't. And he just ran hearing tests. He ran hearing tests, and then he looked in my ears, and it was a little bit disheartening because when he looked in my ears with the little device, it's like he went, and he didn't even look at it. I know he's a doctor that does that a lot, but he did not, like, when he looked in the ears with the little thing, it was like, and he didn't even look at it. It's like he didn't want to see. It's like he didn't want to see into my ears. So it was really weird. It was very weird, but he gave me a lot of good information. You know. Drunken Ninja says it doesn't work. It's not conductive, so it's a waste of money. But you can put stuff on it, huh? Like you can get a grow tent, and then you can just cover it with other materials. You know. John Hudson says, "Why am I against Joe Biden? Because he's pure evil, liar, and a cheater, and he stole, like him and the left. Committed a lot of election fraud. I think I think maybe he won the really, really Democratic states, and then in all the swing states, Trump would have really won. He seems like a frail old man, but I think he's done a lot of bad things in his life. And he's been involved in some of his son Hunter's like deal too, and he's done a quid pro quo, which they tried to impeach Donald Trump for, when Donald Trump really didn't do that. But they actually have a phone call. Biden did the exact thing they were accusing Donald Trump of, a quid pro quo with the Ukraine. So it's like right when he's inaugurated president, he could be impeached the next day. Like Joe Biden could be impeached the next day. They're just the left. He probably is going to get some medical thing, and then Kamala Harris is going to come up. Yeah, that too. Char McShane says Biden is a warmonger, fastest, easiest way to make millions. Yeah. The Plume says I want an underground wine cellar. LOL. Yeah. I think it helped to get underground. It wouldn't I'm back. I'm back. Guess who's back? We back. I wanted to read that, what Drunken Ninja put down. That's kind of what I do. Drunken Ninja says, I'm going to see if I can convince a doctor that I'm telling the truth. And after a few visits, I'm going to ask if there's any combination of words in the English language to convince him. That's literally, man. I talked to my psychiatrist, and most of the time it works. You really do have to ask God to lead your heart and your words, and I just speak from the heart. Sometimes it's too big of a topic to really whittle down to a few sentences. What did I tell my psychiatrist? I was like, yeah, I'm just depressed. I'm really depressed because this is really happening. And she was like, well, I can't really help you to stop, the program, but I can help you with these medications. I was like, yeah, it just really sucks because, I talk to a lot of women that are targeted and they're being electronically raped and I'm being electronically raped. And I say, this stuff goes really, really far. They mess with the nervous system in the brain. It's remote stuff hitting you. They mess with the nervous system in the brain, and it's experimentation. It's torture. It's so many years. I usually try and just kind of speak about the things that are really, really bothering me, but in a calm way, in the calmest way I can. It's tough. I've been putting off going to the ear, nose, and throat doctor, and now I've got to go to the dentist and clear this up. We're gonna see. I'm worried to go there. I'm worried to go there because if there's an implant in my second to last tooth, and then she's like, oh no, there's nothing there because somebody contacts her, and then there is something there, right? We're dealing with that kind of crap where it's like you could have something in your body that if you could get it out, it could really solve, it could de-intensify things, but somebody would be contacted and told not to tell you. So then you're going, okay, well, they didn't find anything. Like the lies are so bad that it's like just going to an ENT and trying to figure it out, you might get screwed over, and then you're like, okay, well, there's nothing in there, but there is actually, and they just lied to you. It really is like that. Hey, you're pretty smart though. You're pretty smart. Yeah. And if you're pretty calm about it, they'll just talk to you about it. It's when you get really riled up and you're like, then hurt yourself or others or something like that. That's where you get in trouble. But if you're just calm about it and talk about it, which is hard when you're being murdered. It's very hard when you're being murdered. We're almost at 3 hours, guys. Let's go ahead and finish this. I'll do another live stream soon, where we can, I don't know, where it's like I have just one thing and then we can just hang out and stuff like that. This guy puts a lot of advertisements on his videos. No. People who are mentally ill usually don't band together online. Mentally ill people usually don't do protests. Mentally ill people usually don't make YouTube channels that last for 6 or 7 years about the topic and look up a bunch of concrete data. Mentally ill people usually don't have revered doctors like Dr. Robert Duncan, Dr. Barry Trower, Dr. John Hall, Dr. James Giordano, like backing up every word that they say. Maybe it's not mental illness. Maybe it's not mental illness then. Framing. It's all in the frame. Straw man, where they think they're their neighbors and their teachers, and it's just will automatically think, yeah, that is mentally ill. But if you explain how it works and that the organizations are actually doing community-placed harassment to get out of neighborhoods and stuff, to keep surveillance on them, and then people are being experimented on at the same time, you understand why people would be a little bit like, hey, are out to get us, because it's a lot of money that goes into the brain mapping, the remote microwave torture, and all that crap. And then there's a whole lot of money being funneled into DHS fusion centers and InfraGard. The whole reason, right? It's like people are like, oh, there's all DHS fusion centers and InfraGard and Community Watch. They want an excuse. They want an excuse. They need an excuse to funnel money into these organizations from the government and our tax dollars, right? So they go, this person's dangerous. And then it helps to microwave the person. See, this is just an angle, right? The experimentation's an angle, but it helps to microwave the person so that they can look like a crazy person or like they're on drugs or whatever to the people around them that gang stalk them. There's so many angles that go into this. We just got to talk about it, you know, with what's happening to us. I don't know. I think humans need to completely think differently in the society we have now. Good people need to start thinking of something like the new normal. Like the new world order is coming in, and there's all this tyranny, and y'all are slaves, and we're going to kill some of you and torture you, and the other ones are going to call you mentally ill. We're going to get your neighbors to participate. New normal, right? I think that good people who are, you know, who worship God, who are connected to God in the name of Jesus Christ, and we need to start thinking about how we need to change ourselves, because just living in tradition and saying, well, I just want my old life back, or I just want to live how I used to live in this bizarre world, no one's going to survive. Not targeted individuals, not anybody. And good people need to start thinking, what's our new normal? What's our new normal? How do we fight? And people are doing that. People are doing that. Tons of people. You guys, people protesting. Yeah. Gloria Queen says, I get suspicious when I'm out so much time until the dentist appointment, because I know that somebody could contact him and tell him, like say, if he does ask about an implant, just say there's nothing in there or whatever, and they would be like, it's just a tracking thing, it doesn't hurt them. But like, I really want these dentists and I don't know how we can get this information to every dentist and every doctor that thinks they're a good human being and does implantation on people. It can be used to heat up and rip flesh, like it can burn flesh. And then some of the chips, like just the tracking chips, can be used to heat up. Like, you know how they can heat your phone up because it has a chip in it? Well, they can do that if there's just a tracking chip in you. But then there are also other chips like body networks that can actually go frequencies to the brain and then back to the implant and then back to the the automated systems and the human operators. So you got mind control chips that are sending frequencies to and from the brain, nasal cavity, and ears and everything like that through the vestibular system. But then even if they just put a tracking chip in you, they can heat that sucker up, and all the flesh around there, it will hurt and it will cause infections and things like that. So I'm not even sure if it wasn't an implant that caused the infection. Hey, Michael says, hi, Kyle. Nice to be here. Hope you stay strong. Murder in the highest degree by FBI, CIA, NSA, military. I do not consent to be tortured. I do not consent to be tortured. In the chat, consent to be tortured and experimented on by remote microwave weapons, nor do we consent to being gang stalked out in the street, or in our homes, noise campaigns, V2K, all this stuff. None of us consent to any of this. None of us have ever consented to any of this. Good. We need to say that all the time. We need to say, no, we do not consent. Thank you, Char. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot more energy. Like I'm taking that vitamin C, and that I don't want to pump it up too much because I might have a bad day tomorrow and not have a lot of energy. But man, it was like I felt like it feels like I'm clearing up the infection. I feel a lot better. I feel like I can think better. I feel like I can be myself a little bit more. It's just stupid that I was getting on YouTube feeling that bad. I question what's going on with me. I question what's the line between like never quitting and like stupid and just being stupid and like ramming my head into something, you know. But Charm Exchange says, excellent podcast tonight. Very eloquent. You are a great communicator. Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you for coming, Char, and thank you for being a moderator. It's the communication on this. The key to it is a precociousness, right? And I think we all have it. Look, with microwave weapons, the Cuban embassy, just it's happening. Look at all the evidence, and you just start naming all the big things that happen. If somebody says, well, I know an embassy worker could be hit with microwaves, but what makes you say they're doing it to millions of people? They're making so much money off of it. It's mapping the brain. They're trying to do weird stuff to human beings. And you know the kind of the level of who you're talking to, what kind of level you can go to. You know, even if it's somebody who may not believe the targeting, talk about the Cuban embassy attacks, talk about the China consulate, you know, talk about those things. Get it kind of warmed up. I appreciate it. I try and be a good communicator. It's been hard lately, but it feels like it might get better. It feels like God gave me a miracle. A very God works in mysterious ways. God works in mysterious ways, guys. Hey, TIP. TIP says, hey, everyone. Hope everyone is okay. I hope you're okay, TIP, too. Hey, Honey Ann. Honey Ann says, hello, everyone. Much love. We were finishing up this the strange case of gang stalking by that. What's it called? That. What's this channel called? That chapter. I had to look at my. Wait, hold on. I don't think I shared my audio. Hey, and guys, if I ever do something like I'm sharing the screen or something and y'all can't hear something, somebody say it in chat. You guys speak up. Like if I'm doing something that doesn't make sense, like, and I'm just like talking about something that it looks like I'm watching or something like that, you guys be like, hey, you're not sharing the screen, or like no volume. Don't be afraid to speak up and be like, look, Kyle, dude, because I need that kind of help. Because or like erase my memory about stuff that I'm trying to, you know, get set up on the screen. Okay. So there's just a little bit left here, and then you got Dr. Todd Grande. I mean, these people, it's morally reprehensible that they would not look into this more, and it's not hard to understand. And I know a lot of you guys would say like Dr. Todd Grande and this guy, well, they're agents and they're being paid to discredit us and stuff like that. But I think this system, like there are those type of people, there are those types of people who works with these levers in it where it's just this thing that Todd Grande wouldn't even look into it, and he doesn't even think it's like a serious thing that he needs to look at, and he'd start talking about it. It's a mind control without microwaves. I appreciate that, Deplume. Really, y'all think so? That's excellent. I don't do good with compliments sometimes, so just thank you so much. Deplume says you are an excellent communicator. I'm so used to being put down by my attackers, you know, and put down by gang stalkers. When somebody gives me compliments, I'm like, somebody's being nice to me. It's true. Yeah, we've got to fight these war crimes. These are crimes. They're doing it to kids. We know they're doing it to kids. It's just got to stop. I mean, if this guy knew, you think if this guy that's doing this video knew that they were like electronically raping children like in front of their parents, and their parents don't know what's going on to them, or they're targeting the parent and the children, like in Richard Kane's case, they implanted his two young boys and him, targeted them all. And I think somebody said this, I'm not sure if it was Richard Kane, but they said they walked in, they had two children that were being targeted, and they walked into their bedroom, and the two children were dancing like they were asleep, but they were moving this in the same like synchronized swimming in their separate beds. So they were microwaving them. They were using electromagnetic frequencies to make their, like they were sleeping, but to make their bodies like move at exactly the same time. And now they did that to my mom in Miami. My V2K said, watch, we're going to hit her now. And my mom started, like her arm started going like this, and her head started jerking while she was asleep, right after they said they were going to hit her. Like my attackers said they were going to hit my mom. Hitting your family members like right in front of you. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Let's celebrate Christmas like from now till Christmas. And somebody was saying that 2021 is going to be a year of revealing. Like that would be great. It feels like all this stuff about targeting is kind of gushing out now. And I heard somebody, I think it may have been Jeff. I think Jeff Censored said, 2020 was like really bad, and but 2021 is going to be a time of revealing. They may have just been speaking in metaphor, but it got my hopes up because I was like, are they going to reveal this program? Are they not going to care anymore and just reveal that this is happening? We really need it, guys. We need a good year. We need a miracle. God, please send us a miracle.
It must also be happening to them. I mean, two people I've already made videos about kind of fit the mold for targeted individuals, John Lang and Buddy Webb. Both of them believed they were being stalked and harassed by...
You got to ask yourself this, that chapter guy who's talking right now. Why are there so many people saying that this is happening to them? Use your brain. Would mass hysteria or any kind of mental illness fit a certain kind of mold in everybody that says they're being targeted? Use your logic. This is cognitive dissonance that you think that could be mental illness. It's such cognitive dissonance that you think this new thing that's so specific, that the weapons do exist, that agents are being hit with this stuff, and that's in the mainstream news, that all these people just have some kind of the same kind of chemical imbalance where they think that this is going on, or technology has just grown exponentially so much that that mental illness has changed now, and people who never knew that directed energy, it doesn't even make sense when I'm saying it, that people who never knew that directed energy weapons existed started getting hit with them, had to look them up to see what was going on. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Who would just sit there and it's like they're mentally ill and it's like, oh, I'm getting hit with microwaves. Oh, I'm still getting hit with microwaves. Oh, and then I'll look it up on the internet. Oh, directed energy weapons. Oh, I didn't know about those. There is no mental illness like that.
Government agents. While places like Reddit, Facebook groups, and YouTube give victims a sense of solidarity, they also act as echo chambers. People are just agreeing with each other constantly, and there's no real critical analysis of what the actual issue is.
The issue is these programs, experimentation,
One group
torture.
in Vancouver even ran a high-profile advertising campaign on the city's subway and billboards. Dr. David James, a psychiatrist in London, who co-wrote what is believed to be the first academic research on organized stalking in 2015, said he was saddened and not concerned to see these ads. The appearance of such
it's so sad, and Ella did a great job with the billboards and these. That was an awesome idea, and I think it pushed us up. It pushed us up a lot more than these kind of actions that like Ella and some of these big organizations. It got us further along than Myron May and the Navy Yard shooter and those things. Like it really got us further along. It's so sad. There's a doctor, the doctor that he's about to talk about, the doctor that he's about to think it was somebody paid by Canadian military to do this, to discredit us, because our article. But I think it's really sad that if there's a good doctor, a good person that's looking for the truth, and then they call us mentally ill and they get it completely wrong and really put us in more of a bind. They put us in more, like the torture goes on, like the microwave torture that hurts our brain and our nerves like we're being murdered when we try and go to sleep. Like it lengthens that out. You're lengthening this torture instead of just knowing that this is happening, looking up the evidence, looking up the experts on it. Look up the doctors on it. Don't just look up targeted individuals who are like maybe out. Look at the evidence of the professionals. These people need to look at the evidence that people who worked on the technology to do this are actually putting out. I don't see why they, I just don't see if they're trying to be truthful about it, why would they stay as far away from that kind of evidence from Barry Trower and Dr. Dr. Robert Duncan as possible. They stay as far away as possible.
Is likely to reinforce the delusional beliefs of some mentally ill people and discourage them from accepting treatment, which will improve their mental health.
Now, let me tell you this. I'm going to get really honest here. It's just time. We've said this before. There are mentally ill people that come to the targeted individual group. It happens. Whose fault is that? That's the program's fault, because it's actually happening and targeting people. But yeah, some people who are marginalized and they may be going through something else that's not targeting, they find our group because they're marginalized and they feel like they're put upon and persecuted. It does happen. But that's just life. That's just a natural occurrence. They're trying to use the fact that like maybe some people that call themselves targeted individuals are not. It happens. It's a human thing. But it doesn't mean that this whole thing isn't happening. And the fault of that, the blame of that, is on the actual program that's doing it to people. Because if it wasn't, the people who are actually targeted wouldn't be talking about it, because it wouldn't be happening. And then people who had like maybe had some kind of thing or marginalization or mental illness, they would get treated for that instead of coming into the group and then thinking that's happening to them. So it's more complicated than just like, oh, individuals are definitely being hit by this and they're not, maybe going through some other thing. And that's not to insult anybody. I don't get a lot of those people in my chat. I think, most of you guys are going, through the microwave targeting or gang stalking, but it does. Oh man, really? No sound for a long time? How long? Are y'all all not hearing sound? Why is there no sound? Let me check it again. Was I just taught y'all couldn't hear me at all there? Is that maybe on your side, Tanya? Did I share audio? Okay. Let's try it this time. As long as y'all can hear, okay. Okay, maybe that was on your side, Tanya. But thank you. Thanks for telling me. Even if it's on your side, you just think maybe there's no sound.
It will also encourage them to assume a paranoid interpretation of events around them, and may lead to them angrily challenging entirely innocent members of the public. And if you believe
and they put all the blame on us. When there is an actual program that's actually doing this to us, all the blame, the re-victimization, they don't go after the people that are actually utilizing the integrated directed energy weapons to microwave, surveil, and mind map and actually change the brain and try and make you do things or think weird things. And they don't blame the gang stalkers. They blame the victims. They blame the survivors of the crime who have not committed any crimes and say, oh, we might blame somebody who's not doing it. Whose fault is that we might blame somebody who's not gang stalking? It's this program's fault because it's actually going on. So if I maybe say, oh, that person's a gang stalker and I get it wrong, it ain't my fault. It's this program's fault for gang stalking me, and it's these microwave attackers' fault for microwaving my brain and actually doing this to somebody, and then they have a normal human reaction and maybe accuse somebody who's not doing it. That ain't their fault. That's this program's fault. See, that's where these people are getting it wrong. They're getting everything wrong.
You're probably going to start acting more paranoid in public, you then getting more looks from the general public and innocent people who don't know you, who are around you, which will then lead to you becoming more paranoid that they're actually stalking you. It's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. What's interesting
But let me stop him there. It's not a self-fulfilling prophecy. It started off by the program really happening to you. And then sometimes it gets out of hand, and maybe you're looking around paranoid because you don't know who's gang stalkers and who's not, because you weren't told how DHS fusion centers work and InfraGard work. So he's kind of right about this cycle of hypervigilance that goes on with us, but it's caused by the actual program. So you're kind of half right. But finish the other half where the program does exist and it's pushing people into this hypervigilance where maybe they will get weird looks from somebody because they're looking at them weird too, or something like that. Let's be honest about human. Let's be honest about the situation. These people, like, they just purposefully leave out like the most important point, that it's really happening. And then there are cycles that happen to people that are being targeted where maybe they'll accuse somebody who's not really involved in it. That'll happen. Whose fault is that? It's the program's fault, not the person being targeted.
Thing is that the top-rated post on the gang stalking subreddit is pretty critical of it. If you research into this, you won't find a whole lot of evidence that the people suffering from this are not suffering from paranoid delusion.
Dr. Robert Duncan, Dr. Barry Trower, Dr. James Giordano, Dr. Michael Hoffer, Cuban embassy attacks, China consulate attacks, the Canadian embassy workers that were hit by remote microwaves, the agents that have been hit by remote microwaves, all the testimonies given to the UN, Niels Melzer talking about cyber torture in the human rights councils, like people specifically talking about integrated neuroweapon systems, the contractors who manufacture the integrated directed energy weapon systems talking about personnel, active denial systems, the Chinese military hitting Indian soldiers with this stuff. Way more evidence, implants, court cases where people brought the implants to court. Richard Kane, many other people, James Wahlberg, many other people. This guy saying there's not a whole lot of evidence is a lie. It's a lie. And I don't think that this is the rub. This is the rub here. I don't think the guy actually didn't go and try and find that evidence. He literally had a preconception before he started looking into this. And his preconception, his hypothesis, it determined the facts. He looked for facts that would fit his stupid hypothesis instead of looking for facts to feed that and make a hypothesis from the facts. We got to switch all that around. Normal people, targeted individuals, everybody, we need to look at facts and then make our hypothesis off facts. What people are doing nowadays, because everything's so bizarre and so scary, is they're like, I want things to be this way. I want the targeted individuals to be mentally ill because I don't feel safe if they're not. So I've got a hypothesis they're mentally ill. I'm just going to look at some testimonies, which I can deny that are true, and then I'm not going to look at any of the people who actually, Dr. Robert Duncan worked on the AI technology and the chatterbox technology to actually do this to people. He worked for the CIA and worked on this technology that would later torture so many people around the globe, you know? Yeah. Sleeping Beauty says NSA Bill Binney is evidence. Yeah, you guys can hear me, huh? Hey, True Serum. I hope you guys can hear me. The Gist. That sounds good. James D says it's Minority Report style gaslighting using AGI or artificial general intelligence. Yeah, I could see that. They do use AI so much to run this whole thing, and then they have human operators just to do fine tuning. You know. DePlume says it's sad because afflicted people need help too. And after the disbelief of this tech, I can see how afflicted people have an uphill battle too. But hopefully they have treatment at least. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of chemical shielding, guys, and we need doctors to like really do that good. But lorazepam, Neurontin, GABA, just natural GABA can actually combat some of the stuff they're doing to your brain. There's just so much evidence. When they say it's like, when they say there's no evidence of it, it's a bold-faced lie, and you know, I don't think this guy's a liar. I don't think he's an agent. I don't think he's trying to lie. I think he's actually a good person. You'll see what he says at the end. But you know, he has a hypothesis, and he has a big channel, and he wants this to remain a mystery, right? It's the mysterious case of Gangstalking. It's not mysterious to people going through it. It's not mysterious. Like, we're being hit with microwaves, our brains are being messed with, our nervous systems are being ripped apart, and then when we walk out into society, there are organized programs of like surveillance and harassment groups that people join up with, thinking that they're helping their communities, thinking that they're helping their cities, feeding money into DHS fusion centers, InfraGard, and stuff like that. And it exists, and it's right out in the open. It's right in everybody's family. I would guarantee you that everybody, if they're not targeted, someone in your immediate family, your extended family is being targeted, because it's just running rampant. They're getting away with it. They're getting away with it because nobody can do anything about it, so they're just doing it more. We've got to know that about these people, the military-industrial complex, the Pentagon, and further up with the globalists, and a lot of these other people have been saying about the pandemic. The more that we let them get away with, the more they're going to do. They're going to keep crossing that line. Oh, we got away with this, and we'll get away with this, and nobody can do anything about it. People may know that it's really bad for them, but they can't do anything about it, and that's going to be their downfall. I kind of find that too sometimes. Joshua says alcohol and beer helps with the inflammation and helps to sleep. I find sometimes that it, you know, drink alcohol and it will do something to my brain. It will change the resonance of my brain where the remote neural manipulation will not be working for a couple of hours, and I feel way more like myself. But I can't drink all the time. You know, none of it. Stephen Luther says, I just ate a good-ass hot dog on one of those hoagie buns from Costco. Hella bomb. That sounds good. That sounds really good. I ate some Taipei tonight. I got a really good pizza from Little Caesars last night. Let's see what he says at the end. It's not that bad. Listen to what he says at the end. Yeah, definitely. Arachnonix says, in moderation, very important. In moderation, weed and beer help. Yeah, everything, certain things in moderation, like lorazepam in moderation, Neurontin in moderation, kratom in moderation. Kratom is something I don't know if I want to recommend it too much, but it does something to the nervous system. You don't feel the external hits. You barely feel the external hits sometimes, unless I'm getting psyop. Hugo says alcohol makes R&M take control from me, and I make stupid decisions. I think it's different for some people. Really? Joshua says kratom, ugh, it's short-lived. I guess I have to take it throughout the day. I have to take like 4 in the morning, and then 4 in the day, and then 4 at night. Hey, John's still here. Let's see what he says at the end. Because he leaves it kind of open.
But hey, isn't that what the government wants you to think?
Did you hear what he said? Let's listen to it again.
Forensic Psychiatry on the Gangstalking subreddit.
I don't know why he waited till the end to do that.
If you research into this, you won't find a whole lot of evidence that the people suffering from this are not suffering from paranoid delusions.
Wrong.
But hey, isn't that what the government wants you to think?
Right. So he's wrong about the first thing and right about the second.
Psychiatry and Psychology interviewed over 1,000 stalking victims. Over 10% of them reported being stalked by groups, with familiar complaints like groups of people acting out scenes on the street for their benefit, as well as more unusual ones like remote enlargement of bodily organs. These people get dick increases or something? The study's conclusion was pretty unsurprising. They found that the gang-stalking subjects are primarily experiencing intense paranoia, not grounded in reality. But like all conspiracies, there is a grain of truth to gang-stalking.
No, wait.
Governments are increasing surveillance on citizens. The world is looking more and more Orwellian.
No. There's like a beach of truth. You're saying there's a grain of truth. There's a beach of truth because it's really happening. Because this is really happening. I want that to be, if you're a non-TI watching this, this is happening. Like, they're doing this to people. They're doing this to innocent people and they're saying they committed some kind of crime so they can do this to people. Gang stalking and remote microwave torture for many, many different reasons. And it makes a whole lot of money. Stop saying, why are you so special? And stop saying, who would spend so much money on you? When they make a whole system, a global system of torture and mapping people's brains and gang stalking them and feeding money to these organizations that do the gang stalking, they're money. They're making money and they're getting more control. So stop asking those questions and think facts before hypothesis. Facts before hypothesis. It's the biggest problem. It's the biggest problem with these people who are not targeted, who want to talk about this. They have their hypothesis. They have what they want to believe because it's too scary to believe this is happening because it could happen to them. And so they say, well, I don't want to believe it, so let me look at all the facts that I can to support my hypothesis. And that's what happens. Yeah, Tanya says in the CIA with microwave weapons in Australia, and then they went to Taiwan, and they were still hit. CT says take ginkgo for the head pressure. It's a circulation herb. Do not consent. Tom, raped and tortured. Do not consent to microwave weapons or cyber or sonic weapons. Really, you think so, Arachno Nixon? So Arachno Nixon says, I'm stopping all kratom. The negatives outweigh the benefits, I've quickly found out. I don't know. For me, it's like, I guess I feel a little bit more clear-headed. Man. Hey, Jerusha. It's kind of different for everybody. I guess it can. Like, if you take too much, it can get bad. Jerusha says, I used to be on Neurontin and it eventually made me feel crazy. I decided to wean off. It was hard because my doctor had me taking it 3 times a day, big doses. Yeah, I usually just take like 1 Neurontin and then I'll take GABA, like a natural. GABA is a natural supplement that's in lorazepam and in Neurontin because Neurontin's like gabapentin. And so I'll use that natural thing, but I'll like take like 1 Neurontin if I really need it during the day. Moderation for anything. That's a big thing. Rose says, I think the mainstream media makes videos about TIs with fake crazy TIs to make all TIs look like we are nuts. Like the mainstream media? Like the Navy Yard shooter in Myra May and stuff like that, and the guy in Colorado. I don't know. It seems like those incidents, I don't agree with what Myra May did. I don't agree with what the Navy Yard shooter did. I think it can cause more problems, and I think if they would have not done violence, they could have came into our group and done more good and pushed us along further. But it does actually get the topic out, and they do crazy things. So I don't look at it. I look at it how we've got to look at this thing, and they're labeled like, oh, they did something horrible, but that's what happens. You know, it doesn't happen with us. We're going to do it, you know, but there's psyops, false flags. I don't know. They want to pretend like we don't exist, and then these channels just mentally mainstream media to even bring the topic out. You see what I'm saying? Because they want to act like it doesn't even exist. They don't even want a Myra May or a Navy Yard shooter doing it. They don't want any of that information, even if they're doing something bad, because they don't want people even knowing about the topic. That's kind of what I've seen. So it's made me think that those incidents really did happen, but you've got to take this into account. targeted individuals that have done violence are like 0.001%. So that's like 0.00001 targeted individuals that have done violence. Most targeted individuals are peaceful. They do activism. They try and get through the torture. They try and find defenses. We've got to keep in mind 0.001% of targeted individuals actually do like killing people violence, you know. But I've seen Myron May in the Navy Yard shooter, and they look for real. I know it'd be better. I guess it'd be better for, because I've talked to some other TIs about it, and they're like, no, those are psyops. No targeted individuals ever do anything violent. I think that is those targeted individuals wanted that to be true, right? They wanted, like, no TIs ever do violence, and the ones that look like they're doing violence, that's just a psyop because we're all peaceful. I wish it was that way. But like, what's actually happening, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's there. You know, I wouldn't have made that decision. But it's this, you know, that 0.001% went and tried to, you know, get justice and vengeance from their attackers, and actually not. They weren't trying to get justice or vengeance. They were trying to stop their targeting. They were trying to get the word out. Myron May, that is the saddest. If you've ever watched that video, he was in such a desperate place after 2 years of targeting, and he was doing a desperate act to like try and get the word out about it. He was sacrificing life. This was what was in his head, because I listened. He was sacrificing his life to try and like bring the topic of targeted individuals out to the mainstream, and it didn't work. Like it kind of got it out a little bit more, it gained a little bit of traction. It's not what we should do at all. It wasn't what he thought it would do. He was sacrificing his life to try and like get this topic out. You know, so but I think there are some. I think you're right, Rose, that there are some you know, there are some false flags like that. So Rose says the mainstream media, the system, the deep state, the shadow government, etc., whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Celine 007 said, I've seen family members' eyes glaze over in disinterest when these topics are brought up. Yeah, that's what my dad does. He'll like kind of act like he's listening. DePlume says, I think probiotics help because they don't want me to take them. You know, get any bad bacteria out of your digestive system. Honey Ann says, Kyle, what about MK Ultra? Yes, MK Ultra did happen. And then they said they were going to stop it, and then it just kind of turned into this. It turned into a remote form of MK Ultra. Yeah, we've done a couple of videos on MK Ultra. Somebody asked me, Honey, and they said like, well, what about the older targeted individuals? Do you think they're just MK Ultra victims and it just carried over? I kind of don't. I kind of think like if you're targeted by remote microwaves and you're in this program, it's not technically MK Ultra. I mean, it's kind of what MK Ultra turned into. What would we call it? It's so global. It's such a global torture experimentation. But yeah, MK Ultra's it's how I like, because MK Ultra, the CIA was torturing people, and it was using front companies, it was using contractors to do the torture, and it was taking people in mental institutions and homeless people and children and everything like that, people they thought that were fodder that wouldn't be missed and stuff like that. And it's like they use these front contractors, right? So I said, well, okay, they set MK Ultra up like that. And then that's when I think that's when I started like looking into third-party contractors for this, and then subcontractors. So that the way that was set up kind of helped me to see how this was set up, you know, and start researching the contractors. But I don't think, I mean, I think that this turned into, it's no longer MK Ultra, you know. But I don't know. Some people may. I'm not sure. That's complete speculation. Maybe they still call it MK Ultra, like globally. Rose says, well, they have gang stalked the hell out of me for about 10 years, and I haven't gone postal, and they know I will never go postal. Yeah. Yeah, my attackers have stopped trying to get me to do anything violent, and because I've done this. This has been successful. We've helped each other. We get information out. It's hard. It's very hard, but you're going to do way better. And Myra May was a lawyer. Like, Myra May was a lawyer. How much do we need a lawyer right now? I mean, that shows you a lot. Like, if he would have just stayed with the group and hung tight and got some defenses and stuff like that, you know, and you have to do it with that. When you're getting attacked so bad and it hurts, you got to start like de-intensifying the attacks, or you know, bad decisions might get made. You know, Lynn Rom says, I think Myra May was way off on his specific target because we know our targeting is specific to each of us only. He went into that library at the University of Florida, and I doubt that he shot anybody who was actually attacking him, but I don't think he was trying. I don't know who he was trying to get in that library. It may have been, you know, his V2K may have been saying, hey, it may have the voice, they may have been using the voice of somebody at the university who works in that library, right? That's kind of what I think. I don't know, Honey Ann. Honey Ann says, okay, thank you for answering us and make them killers. I think they can. I think they can if it's a certain protocol. Like with the guy from Colorado, I don't think he had a chance. Like I think he was on like in such a serious program that just destroyed his mind, and I think they were using like LSD on him and stuff, and they were using remote microwaves, and so that's different from my protocol. It's like my attackers can hit me with microwaves. They do very powerful stuff to my mind. I'm defending it and stuff like that. And I do kind of sometimes think if they had the go ahead, right? If their management said, okay, we're gonna just completely control, you're gonna amp it up, and Bob, I think maybe they could. I think maybe they could. You know, I just don't think they're allowed to. For comment, you're just gonna listen, okay? Yeah, I gotta kind of wrap it up, guys, because we're like way past 3 hours. What are we at? We're at like 3 hours and 50 minutes.
A day. Things like MK Ultra did actually happen, but
you see that coincidence?
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're after you.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you. And if you weren't paranoid, and then a bunch of gang stalkers started gang stalking you while you were being hit with microwaves, while you were being hit with microwave hearing, then you'd become paranoid if you weren't paranoid before. Because I wasn't paranoid even when I was being targeted, like before the overt torture and weird stuff was happening. I was like, oh, that's just a coincidence. Oh, that's just a coincidence. Oh, it's just my Crohn's disease making my face feel hot and burnt and stuff like that. So it took them putting it in my face to be like, oh, this is a program that's trying to torture me and kill me. Like they've been doing it for years and years and years. Things that I was like, oh, that's a health issue. So you can take some of us as an example of they had to throw it in our face that this is what was happening to us. We look, I don't know, maybe some other targeted individuals like me. I looked for every other possibility, before I said, oh, this is like a targeting program and they're doing this. Look for every logical thing. Yeah, Rose says they prey on people with weak minds. You have to keep your mind strong by praying and distracting yourself with music, hobbies, etc. But then there's also, that's gang stalking, I guess. Many years of remote neural manipulation can do a lot of stuff to really strong people, and you still have to do all that stuff, but it's not as simple. Just be strong-minded. You got to do that and other stuff because this remote neural manipulation is like really, really intense. DePlume says, I think it's more a commercial GPS tracking since software like retail uses and pop-ups from hell with a human moderating it all and option of selecting conditions of frequency interference to human style. Yeah, Arachnonix says, for years I would try to explain it away, rationalize it as coincidences and bad luck. Yeah, that's what I did. Like, I went to a comic book store in Texas. This is before I knew I was targeted, and I was in a lot of pain. Like my vagus nerve was being stimulated all the way down my leg and stuff, but I was just like, oh, that's Crohn's disease, that's TMJ, that's blah, 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 that's everything else. And I went to a comic book store. The dude followed me around, and he would get behind me, and this was like in 2009, and he would walk around me and he'd go, and he'd sniff right behind me. And I looked back at that, and he kept doing it. And I was like, did I look like a drug addict when I came into a store? Is he trying to tell me he thinks I'm on cocaine or something? I don't know. Like, I'm going through all these things. Does he not like me? Was I rude to him when I came in? But it was gang stalking. Like, the guy, like, I was already in the system then, and they probably told people, probably the main thing that they were people attached to that is that I was like a drug user or something like that. Because I took painkillers after my surgery, like after getting my stomach cut open and a foot of colon taken out. They just use things that you really might have to do as some excuse for people to gang stalk you. I hate LSD. I did it like twice in college. I hated it. I can't stand that stuff. I do still want to do DMT, but everybody tells me not to. I don't know if I'd say that about him, Rose. Well, I'll read what you said. Rose says, but I agree the system probably made Myra May have a weak mind through the gang stalking, which made him go post. He got remote neural manipulation, V2K, microwave hits to the body and everything, in a weak person. Like, he wasn't a weak person at all. Like, some of this stuff, it's like, okay, like I could sit here and say, well, I haven't done anything violent, but the protocol on Myra May, it might have been worse. Like, they might have been doing things to his mind, where he felt out of control. It could have been different. I don't want to judge that. I don't want to condone what he did, but he was a good person. What he did sucked. He didn't kill anybody. He made sure he didn't kill anybody, I'm pretty sure. But he was desperate. He's a desperate person. He was a good person who was in desperation because of the things that happened to him, and he was abandoned by everybody. He was gang stalked by his friends and his family while he was being hit by this. I don't know. I don't know if you could say, like, with remote neural manipulation, you're making somebody weak-minded. If they're strong-minded, they're strong-minded, and then you've got injury to the brain. You've got injury to the mind. And I wouldn't say that you're making a strong person weak. I'd say you're injuring them, and you're putting them in a desperate spot. And they're still strong, even strong people, when they're being murdered and, they don't see a way out. Maybe even, I don't know, maybe sometimes it's like a more courageous person is like, I'm just going to go out and a blaze of fire. I see it as like, I can make a difference. We can stop this. Like, we can do way more damage with putting information out and being level-headed. But, I guess I can't really see, because, just the logic of doing violence in this society, you're going to screw over yourself. You're going to screw over everybody who you would represent as one of them. I don't know. I can't judge him. I just can't judge him. I don't condone what he did. I cannot judge Myra May. If you watch those videos, he's very clearly not an actor. And he's very clearly not like a stupid person or anything like that. People have different brains too. The protocol is determined by like how somebody's brain works. And some people are way more visual. Some people are way more impulsive. Some people like I'm very reserved, right? I'm not a very impulsive on fun stuff. I used to be impulsive on fun stuff, but like I'm reserved on like making big, like doing big things that could like change people's lives. Like that's very, and some people may, you know, they're in their brain, it's just something different, and they're more impulsive, and they're like, I'm going to defend my life. I don't freaking care, you know, what happens. So people are just different. Okay, yeah, we're almost done. Let's see if there's any more on here.
I don't actually know what to make of this, because like I already said, there is some truth to it. We are all being tracked.
You got it, buddy. This is true. So he ended it with gang stalking and targeting is true. He ended the video after saying all that other stuff. He doesn't know what to make of it. It's true. The end. The end.
Every day, everywhere we go.
Boom.
But who knows, if any helicopters start circling my house, I will be sure to let you know. And as always, please let me know your thoughts on this case in the usual place, because it's bizarre and I don't really know what to make of it. Maybe you can help me.
It's happening.
And I will see you as always real soon in the next video. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Mike out.
See, he's not a bad guy. He looks into mysteries and stuff like that. I don't think he's not somebody who's like working for the system to make us look bad. You heard what he said at the end. He doesn't know what to make of it. Oh man, we're at like 4 hours. Wow. We're at 4 hours. I wanted to just stay at 3 hours. DePlume says, Myron May, what's weird is they used remote desktop on him and maybe without the high tech of V2K. How do you know that, DePlume? Hey, they used remote desktop on him. No, he had V2K. If you listen to those last things, like he had the microwave here and going down to his inner ears, and so did the Navy Yard shooter. I think that it's more of a chance. There's more of a chance, and I ain't talking about me, and I ain't talking about anybody in here with V2K. Okay, DePlume, you looked up. I haven't seen it. I saw the video. He said he didn't have V2K? He didn't even have V2K? Because I was thinking Navy Yard shooter, I thought had V2K, and I was like, oh, well, I get why they like kind of went postal, because like the V2K is like some of the worst stuff. It can just make it, like I've kind of, since I've gone through it for so many years, it doesn't really break down my brain anymore. That's even more scary. But like it would make me lose my mind. Okay, it was not published. Where is it? Can you send a link? Nah, I thought that's what Stephen Luther says, they both have V2K. That's what I thought too. No, Myron May was hit with tons of weapons. No, Myron May was blasted with weapons. I don't know where you're finding that, DePlume, but that's not right. Myron May was ripped apart by microwave weapons. You go look at that video. Like, I'll pull it up. Who does that? Don't say that word, my chat. Somebody blank that out. Can one of my moderators can you just erase that comment? Can somebody erase that comment? I'll have to put him in timeout. Can somebody erase that comment for me? Do I have any moderators in here? Can you erase your own comment, CT? Erase that comment. Erase that comment with the N-word, man. I know you're just saying somebody else said it, but just erase the comment. Can you do that for me? Did you erase it? Okay, cool. Did you erase it? Hey Hest, man, how you doing? Yeah, don't say that. I know you're just saying like somebody else did that. Don't do that. Don't. That word is gone. Like, I mean, I guess, you know, black people can say it if they want, but for any white person, just don't even say it. Yeah, I don't want to get this video taken off. Yeah, it's true. Tanya says they print off billions of dollars to torture and stalk people. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've seen those videos. He says everything. Y'all go watch, look up Myron May. Ooh, it's really sad though. Like I cried a lot. It's hard to watch being a targeted individual, you know, and I know because if you start doing stuff and speaking out and just and being you, like Tansy said it on the last night, just be yourself and be the best you can be. And even if you're being mind controlled, and then do what you can specialize at, what you're good at. I know sometimes you're in complete pain and can't do anything. Oh yeah, CT, yeah, definitely. CT says these people make us think racist things depending on your programming. My attackers are so racist, and they will say stuff like that. But then it's like because they're V2K, because they're like remotely shooting V2K, they don't care that they're racist because if I talk about it, people are just going to think it's in my head, right? So the more it just looks like it's just in my head, right? To non-targeted individuals. Yeah, no hate, guys. Definitely the plume. I'm sure they sensitize. Yeah, the plume says they sensitized him to sunglasses. Yeah, that's a sad one. To be sure that you're like emotionally defended if you are like you're emotionally, but it's what he went through. He just said he wasn't strong enough. I don't know. I think if you don't feel strong enough, take a break. Take a break from fighting it in some way, perceptually. Try and go somewhere. Try and do things that you like. If you like movies or video games, or go running, just go get out. I don't know. Don't be like, because that feeling of like, I'm just not strong enough. I just can't handle it. Like I get that a lot. Like that will happen to me. I'm like, this is just too much to bear. And then I'll just pray about it. I'll meditate, play video games or go see my family and stuff like that. And it will go away and you'll feel strong enough, or God will send something in your path to lift you up and to give you strength. So if you feel that way, do anything else besides screwing yourself by doing violence. Yeah, Jerusha, my email address is vulcanwolverine@gmail.com, but with like no spaces in it. Yeah. Yeah, Tanya said, you got it. Kyle, you got to do what is right for yourself. Exactly. And keep others in mind. Do what's right for yourself, but we can't hurt innocent people here. And the Navy Yard shooter and Myron May, I think they hurt innocent people. They'll, our attackers do these psyops where they make you think who's doing it and stuff, and they do that on purpose. And then I think TIs that have done violence, they've done violence to people who may have been gang stalking them but not microwaving them. Yeah, exactly. Rose says, Tanya, yep, you have to do what is right for yourself, whatever is going to keep you alive and strong-minded. Exactly. Joshua Egan says, stay receptive to God. Yeah, stay open to God, and then do things to cleanse your pineal gland too. Like look up what supplements, what foods cleanse the pineal gland. And there's this stuff called Doc of Detox that cleanses the pineal gland. And find something on YouTube or books or something that feed your spirituality, the Bible and everything. Read those things. Stay, meditate. It's hard for me to meditate. Like I have to be doing something else while I meditate. But stay in faith. And I watch Joel Osteen and I get pumped up. I get like, it almost seems like direct messages. I got one that was just like, it was something. It was called the hot winds of testing. The hot winds of testing, because I was like, I can't do this forever, God. Like my body, my brain, they're not going. Like I want to do it and I want to go. And it was just this like I just saw it like right after that, and it was just about how like this isn't going to be forever, and it's like God is with you in that testing, and it may seem like you can't. And then it's like at that same time I was finding out that, you know, I might have a infection over here, and then if I can get that fixed, I may feel a lot better. So it's weird because everything felt so bad from that being added into all the targeting. If I get that fixed, it's going to make me feel a lot better. I'm still going to be targeted, but perceptually, I'm going to be like, wow, I feel so much better. I'm still being targeted. So you see how God kind of worked in this weird way where my attackers are still going to be attacking me, but I'm going to feel stronger because I've had that bad thing happen to me that I thought was part of the targeting. I can't even explain it. It's so complicated, but God is so much smarter. If we just trust in him, it may be very, very bizarre. The solution's bizarre. The world's bizarre right now, but we trust in God, and he'll unravel things in certain ways that you're just like amazed. And I will always trust him. You know, and guys, I just want to tell y'all, like I yell sometimes. I'm going to be yelling at these videos. I'm not going to do too many of these. I know people don't really, we want to just go with the evidence. I need to do this sometimes. The way they talk about this and the straw man arguments they put up. And this guy was the best. He was the least bad. He was the least bad person that at the end kind of said, honestly, I don't know, right? He said, at least he did that, you know. So I wanted to do this one. Helps me sometimes to go against those arguments, and I feel like if I speak out, like he's saying something, I'm like, no, hey, blah blah blah, this is really happening. It may give you guys ideas if you're ever up against somebody that's like, oh, well, you think you're so special. Oh, well, there's millions and millions of people being targeted, so why would you even say that? And don't address, because we are special, right? We are special human beings. But don't even address something like that, you know. Israel assassin, shit. Get out of here. I just can't have that in my chat, man. Like that will lose, that the whole video will get taken down because of the asshole. All right, let's say a prayer. Guys, okay, guys. I'm gonna have to start making some shorter videos where there's no chat. It seems like my attackers might be kind of. I feel something. I feel like they're getting worried about what I'm about to do with my channel. And they can get my channel taken down if they do certain things. I'm gonna think about it. I don't know, because like I'm going in this direction where I'm like, we like panels, and I want to do panels, and I like the panel the other night. I get not the people on the panels. I love them. We had a great conversation, but I start to have this uneasy feeling. It brings something in, not the people on the panel, and not you good target individuals in chat. It switches things, and I want to do this. I want to keep this channel and keep putting information out. I feel my attackers brewing something, you know. I don't know who that was, but you put something like that in chat, like I could lose, like the whole chat could be erased because that one person left a message. I hate our Adam says, no, Kyle, don't let them control you. No, I don't. I'm not going to let my attackers control, but there's some things where it's just like you can't control it. You can't, like on YouTube, if I come in here and then they figure out something in chat they can do to take my videos down, you know. No, I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to quit YouTube, guys. No, I'm just saying, like, we need to do this a certain way, you know. No, Deplume, I've been going through this for so long. Yeah, thank you, Deplume. Deplume says you're being gaslighted. They're trying to isolate you, Kyle. No, Kyle. Yeah, I get what no, man, I've been going through this a long time. Like, we're at the part where we're getting a bunch of information out, and we're so close. No, I'm not talking, like, I'm not going to stop doing the live stream and stuff. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm just thinking. thinking. With a platform like this, you know, my attackers are really, they're sly. They're not going to come at me straightforward with stuff. They're going to sit there and I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm making my videos, and they're not even freezing it up that much anymore. And they're going to be working on something. And it's not like letting them get to me. It's because they've been doing it for so long. Yeah, Celine 007 says we need more voices like yours. Yeah, and that's what I wanted. Yeah, DePlume says exactly. You can't control it. Stronger together. Yeah, yeah, definitely. What time is it's midnight right now? We went for 4 hours. My plan tonight was to do 2 hours, and at the most 3. I was like, okay, this will probably take like 2 hours, a 20-minute video, right? 20-minute video. Should have taken like an hour for a normal person, but I can't stop gabbing. Jerusha says, we are special. Vulcan Wolverine, we all appreciate you so much. I appreciate all you guys. This is one of the only places to receive positivity and kindness as a TI. Thank you. Blessings all. Well, see, that's a problem. Why is this the only place? We got to have more. You got to, guys, like, there's got to be some of you guys that want to start a channel. It takes a long time to, like, build a good idea with, like, some of the channels starting up, and I could get, you know, I could promote your channel, and some of the smaller channels could do panels for people to hang out, right? SHP is doing a lot of good stuff. It just does. It seems like it's like the best thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. DePlume says better to talk it out with others and not perps. Yeah. They're going to know. We might as well open. You see, because I don't know if you've heard me say this, DePlume. My whole thing is this. Like, we're being surveilled, remote neural monitored, stuff you plan out. I want to plan stuff out that they can know. They can know I'm planning, but they can't do anything about it. That's the kind of strategies that I want. That it's like I can tell you guys, and perps can be hearing it, and they can be hearing it, and I can say, this is what I'm going to do, and then they can't do crap about it. That's what I want. And I've done some stuff like that, you know. Hey, DePlume says, thank you for coming. DePlume says, thank you for a longer support session. Thank you all for coming. Yeah, it just kind of like when you have a live, you know, chat room, it gets a little bit longer. It's good. We get some good information out. It's good. And hey, D's Nuts. D's Nuts says, my attackers are really obsessed with me shaking my head. Creepers, yeah. They are, man. My attackers are just their job. If they could go do another job, I think they would choose to do that. I think they're kind of sick of watching me and just, you know, do what I'm doing. It kind of makes me helping people. I don't know. And the AI could be doing a lot of automated, like, personality stuff for them. Celine 007 says, speaking for myself, but the constant electronic rate makes it difficult to verbally articulate my thoughts. Yeah. I fight. I struggle. I have to use other parts of my brain to get things through, you know. It's like you know, I know you got, like, we're getting the information out, but, like, I get off of these sometimes, and my attackers will remote neural manipulate me, give me just a bad feeling. But it's like sometimes I won't be communicating things the way that I want to, right? I'll get it out, but it's not the way that I would have if I was calm and not targeted. So we just got to do it. And yeah, Jerusha says, I can learn from SHP, of course, but sometimes the Pele who show up there are really full of negativity, and I don't have the extra energy to listen to negativity for hours, you know. Yeah. It seems to turn into that. It seems like everything everything in the targeted individual community, you know, target individuals that are really hurting, and then fake TIs will eventually, like, just kind of ruin the environment, you know. And so I think the best way to do things is to just use straight up logic in dealing with it. We've got to use some logic. What do they not want us to do? It's the easiest thing. It's the easiest thing to do, whatever you're deciding on how to fight this. What do your attackers not want? You know, they don't want you strong. They don't want you to be blocking the stuff they're doing to you. They don't want you to be having good communication with other people. They don't want you, just do what they don't want. And what would it like? Okay, so perp comes into chat. What do they want? They want you fighting with them. They want you like, oh man, blah blah. You said that, and then they bring more. Oh look, we're getting to them. We're getting to them, right? And they send more in. But if you just completely like, just talk, just I'll read your, chat thing, and then I'll move on, and then they're just like, well, we got to go to somebody else who we can get them. We can get their goat, right? And it sucks for that person that they go to try and get their goat, but it can keep you safe. I do too. Yeah, Arachnonix says Jerusha. Yeah, I totally get that. DePlume says, I wish I could. My fam would commit me or send me to something off that they orchestrate. I started vlogging, so maybe a second channel later on. Yeah, I understand how people can't do that. Not a YouTube channel, but just whatever you can do, whatever everybody can do. Maybe calling senators or writing letters, to Niels Melzer. How do we get it? It's been very hard. It seems to work. It seems like what I've done is we just get logical. If you just put out information that people can't refute, you put out articles about the Cuban embassy attack, and you talk about that, or like James Giordano or Dr. Robert Duncan, the perps will flee. They don't want to deal with that. They don't want to deal with somebody like putting out concrete evidence. They don't want to deal with that channel. They don't even want to be in here because they're going to look like an idiot. They're going to start saying crazy stuff, and like, I'm going to be talking about concrete stuff. You guys are going to be talking about concrete stuff. So it seems like that's been like garlic to vampires. But it seems like if and I'm not saying panels aren't great. Like, I love talking to target individuals. But we all have a lot of different ideas and stuff like that, and we're kind of just talking about things, and that's very, the perps feel comfortable, even if it's good stuff, they feel comfortable about like making fun or doing stuff like that. It's like, think of this as you guys will know this, the Star Trek First Contact, where Captain Jean-Luc Picard says, he says, you need to fire all your weapons right there. He says, sir, it doesn't look like those are any kind of like important systems. And he says, trust me, Data, because he is, the Borg like took him over and shit like that. He knows where to hit him. You do? Okay, DePlume says, I tweet Niels a lot. He's on Twitter. I am going to follow Niels Melzer on Twitter, and I'm going to start sending him a lot of stuff. Yeah, but Rose says, well, SHP's gang stalkers are trying to murder her. She has a right to be angry. My stalkers are trying to murder me too. My attackers try and murder me every night. Like, I get angry though too. I don't think anybody's saying SHP. They're just saying sometimes in chat the perps come and stuff. So they're not trying to say that SHP is like bad or anything like that. All right, guys, say a prayer and wrap this one up. Definitely got to do, I think that's what I'm going to be working on the next few days. I got to go I think my grandma is still at my aunt's. They may have gone because she's switching houses. No, I think she's still there, but Wanda and some. Okay, well, but anyway, I'm gonna have to go maybe help out. But what I might be working on is taking some of these longer live stream. I'm not gonna be able to do it. Can't focus on anything. I don't know. We'll just do it. We'll just do what we can do. I'm gonna send him some tweets. Maybe we just need to do a live stream in like go to his Twitter page, go to Niels Melzer's page, and you guys give me ideas of what we can tweet to him. But I don't know how all that works. I don't know if like you tweet something to somebody, do they automatically see it, or it's like hidden, and if it gets enough views. Like Twitter is such a bad communication channel. Twitter is such a horrible psyop of a social media outlet, because you tweet something, who sees it? Like people can just hide that tweet, and then they can just, make a tweet, and they can do that on YouTube too. All these communication channels are just like used to push people who are giving the narrative out. Me too, Jerusha. Jerusha says, yeah, Tanya, the only one I answer to at this point is God. Definitely. In the name of Jesus Christ, that's all I answer to. God's pushing me along. I don't know where he's pushing me to, but he's given me something really strong that says we're not. I know people have died. I don't understand everything. Why do people die? Why do 2-year-olds die? Why do people die from this targeting? But I know that, okay, Steven Crowder said this. I need to pray. Did I pray? Or I don't know. Steven Crowder said this. He said, and it was about the election. And he said, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I know we can make it happen. So that's a thing. It's like, I don't know what's going to happen. He can do it, right? So he's saying like he doesn't know if Donald Trump can get reelected, but he knows it can happen, right? If people try. And that's what I like to say. I know that we can do this. I know that we can change this. I don't know, I don't know what's going to happen though. I know things will get better. I definitely know things will get better. In what way? I don't know. Because everybody just wants the program to just be shut down. Tanya says, thank you, Kyle, for giving up your life to help all TIs around the world. Well, I'm targeted and stuff, and it's sometimes harder, but it balances out, talking to you guys and making this something useful, right? Think that way about taking all this devastation and stuff and just praying to God. Let's pray to God right now in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, in the name of Jesus Christ. Dear Lord, please turn our beauty into ashes. Please turn our ashes into beauty. 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 Give us the big miracle that we need, God. Thank you for giving us that miracle of shutting down torture programs and the public understanding that they're happening and us getting medical attention. Thank you for delivering that to us soon. Just thank you for the lives that you've given us. Thank you for the life that we have left and the preciousness of it and the precious, beautiful things in this world that we need to give thanks for every day and give thanks for the oxygen we're taking in. Please just help any targeted individuals who's in so much pain. Help me, help others to find defenses along the way. Please just put something in their path to give them strength to get them back on their feet. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, in the name of Jesus Christ. I don't think anybody was doing that, Rose. They were just saying her chat. Somebody was saying her chat. I don't want to get into that. Like I don't want to get into any of that anymore. Like on the panel we were talking about it, and I said, and afterwards I was like, I shouldn't have even talked about that because I don't know enough about what they're doing. I think there's a lot of, and I definitely don't want to say anything bad about SHP. She's a targeted individual and she's trying. My whole thing is just, I don't want targeted, because I've seen targeted individuals that are busting their ass for years and years, and I've been kind of doing it on my channel here, and I've seen them, and I know, I look in their eyes, and I know they're targeted individuals, and like I follow their channels, and I'm a smart guy. I can tell things, and I don't want them to get punished for how much work they've been doing. I don't want them to get attacked, and that's all. And it's like, that's all I want to say about the whole thing, and then I'm going to shut my mouth. I'm going to shut my mouth about a lot of things. I'm going to do my thing. But people need to understand that. That's sometimes why people, there are ideas that are certain things, and some people don't respond to them, and they want to do their own thing because some things happen and people get attacked and stuff like that. It's just, Like, and it's not because they're an agent or anything. They want to work on their stuff, and they kind of want to stay in their own lane and not get more trouble at them or cause anybody any more trouble, you know. So I don't think anybody about SHP. I would have said don't talk bad about SHP because I like her. When I was talking, I was just talking about, like, it's a good method. There's a lot of good evidence that you could find. It's just, I think that sometimes, like, it's just you know, we need to confirm stuff better. Or they, you know, because I'm not doing much of it. Like, I've done the ASN number. I'm going to try more. I've got to learn more about it before I even talk about it. You know, everybody check out SHP's channel if you want to hear about it. I don't even know. I don't know what to do now because I want to promote SHP's channel, but the stuff with, you know, with the other target individuals that are doing, I don't know what to do. So that's what I'm going to do. Everybody just do your best. Put out information. You know. Okay, DePlume, you said, hey, next time you have a panel, I'll come on and tell my story. What we can do, just email me. And then when it's convenient, you know, I think I'll be okay. You know, I don't know. I'll tell you if I'm not, you know, good to go on, but you can just come on. We can just come on for 2 hours and you can just tell your story. I'd rather do it that way. You know, if you're like a targeted individual who hasn't, like, talked about your stuff, even if you want to just, I don't know how to do it not on a live stream, but just email me and I'll call you. We'll talk about it. I'd rather do, some of you guys who want to speak about stuff, I'd just have you just a little bit with the panels. Like, what I wanted to do Saturday is I just wanted people to come on and start talking, you know, and then I could just kind of come and go if I needed to use the bathroom or stuff. But not a lot of people came on, so it ended up being like, you know, I had to like actually be present for the entire thing, which was okay because it's like Tansy and Rose, but, you know, okay. I'll go back in the live stream fine. Okay, we're like really going over time. I love you guys. God bless you all. God protect you all in the name of Jesus Christ. We're pushing forward, man. Like, we're pushing forward with this. Yeah, it's true, Rose. Rose says when you do lives, perps are going to come on. It happened on Steve and Stacy's lives. Yeah. I think the key is to remain logical and everything like that, and not get into it with them, you know. This is tough. This is tough stuff. Okay, this is tough stuff. So tweets are public. I just kind of wonder. It seems like something that could be easily manipulated. Like, they could hide a certain tweet and then push one up so that a lot of people will share it. You know, it just seems very manipulatable. You know. I just prayed. DePlume. I just said a prayer. Am I behind on chat or something? Okay, guys. Well, I love y'all. And I will definitely see y'all soon. I got some stuff to do. I got my grandma and stuff. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'll make a short video sometime. I don't really want to get off the live stream. I need to. I got to eat, guys. I love y'all. I'll see you on the next one. Y'all just stay strong, stay logical, stay strong, stay logical, stay prayed up, stay defended. Full armor of God before you even start with some of the